1010 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Why is Navage perfect for allergy sufferers? Rhino Systems Medical Director Dr. Howard Levine explains.
If someone's exposed to allergens, they can get rid of those immediately by washing out the nose. Navage works by pulling saline in one nostril, through the nose and out the other nostril, sucking out allergens, mucus, dust, and germs. Experience on-the-spot relief so you could breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier.
Navage is available at Sam's Club, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or online at Navage.com. Navage, breathe easy.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia and the Barnes Foundation for a free virtual tour of an art exhibit on May 23rd. Sign up now at aarp.org/local.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. If you drive a car, you want it to last a long time and not cost you lots of money in the long run. You need to get your car serviced at United Tire and Service. I get my car serviced at one of their 10 locations throughout the Delaware Valley. You should too. Right now, get an oil change on any make or model, and they'll do a free summer trip check so you're ready to hit the road. 20-point safety check, brakes, belts, important fluid levels, lights, even the spare tire. To find the location nearest you, go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, a 6-time J.D. Power dealer of excellence for customer service. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2024 Lexus models are here and moving fast, and the newly redesigned 2024 Lexus GX has arrived. Tony Labello and his team are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles in stock. You deserve a Lexus and award-winning customer service. Start your journey with family-owned and operated Lexus of Cherry Hill.
For J.D. Power dealer of excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Chester County officials canceled the Exton Square Mall Carnival after someone got assaulted there. Donald Trump's former lawyer and fixer Michael Cohen is expected to take the stand today in the hush money trial. And actor Steve Buscemi was punched in the face in New York. He's expected to be okay.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. That's promo code EARN.
MLB The Show 24 lets you take control, forge your legacy, and dominate the diamond. Unlock your moment. Seize the spotlight and own the show like never before. MLB The Show 24 is available now on PlayStation consoles, Xbox consoles, and for the Nintendo Switch system. Rated E for everyone. Officially licensed by MLB Players, Inc.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans.
When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer.
When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. Brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Monday, May 13th. This is a Fox News Rundown. I'm Sue Guzman. The ex-lawyer for former President Donald Trump could testify against him in his New York hush money trial today. We have a preview from Fox's Tanya J. Powers.
Jurors hearing evidence in former President Trump's hush money trial are expected to finally hear from the prosecution's star witness, the former president's former fixer, Michael Cohen. Cohen arranged for the $130,000 payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels and later went to prison for orchestrating the payments and other charges. Daniels was among the witnesses who testified last week, giving details of the alleged 2006 sexual encounter between her and the former president. The former president has denied having sex with Daniels. He has pleaded not guilty to falsifying business records to cover up the payment. In New York City, Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Jury selection and opening statements begin soon in the trial of a disgraced New Jersey senator. Details from Fox's Chad Pergram on Capitol Hill.
Bob Menendez is accused of using his authority as chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee to peddle influence with the governments of Egypt and Qatar and accepting lavish gifts for helping New Jersey businessmen. The senator says he's innocent.
All I can ask of you is to withhold judgment until justice takes place.
Prosecutors allege Menendez also scored a Mercedes-Benz and more than a dozen gold bars, which were found stuffed into a coat. The senator relinquished his gavel as chairman of the Foreign Relations Panel and is running for re-election as an independent. Menendez refused to resign from the Senate after the indictment. This is the second federal corruption trial for Menendez. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
A jam-packed week ahead for President Biden. Fox's Jill Nato takes a closer look.
Today, the president hosts a reception celebrating Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Wednesday, President Biden speaks at the National Peace Officers Memorial Service. Thursday, the president meets with plaintiffs in the Brown versus Board of Education case when the Supreme Court ruled against public school segregation. He speaks at the National Museum of African American History and Culture Friday, and on Sunday, the president gives the commencement address at Morehouse College in Georgia. In Washington, Jill Nato, Fox News.
A vote begins in Alabama over whether or not thousands of Mercedes workers will join the United Auto Workers Union.
The UAW says some 5,000 workers are set to decide in a secret vote beginning today on whether to unionize at Mercedes plant in Vance, Alabama, and its nearby battery factory. Final results are due Friday. If successful, Mercedes would become the second U.S. automaker in the South to see its workers join the UAW's ranks after workers at a Volkswagen factory in Tennessee joined the union. Mercedes-Benz says it'll be watching the election process and to make sure that every team member has the opportunity to vote. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Tomorrow is Israel's Independence Day, and this year it comes just 2 days after Israel's version of Memorial Day honored yesterday.
This year, Yom HaZikaron, Israel's Memorial Day, falling so close to Independence Day, has had Israelis debating over how to celebrate. The Jerusalem Post noted one well-known columnist said it should be downplayed and treated as an extension of Memorial Day, given the war. Another prominent writer said the opposite, that Hamas doesn't want Israel to celebrate its independence, so, in fact, they should. The UN voted for both a Jewish and Arab state in the region in 1947. 6 months later, Israel announced its independent state, May 14th, 1948, and was then attacked by 4 surrounding nations, Jordan, Syria, Egypt, and Lebanon, along with Iraq, in a war that continued into 1949. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company weekday mornings
6 till 10.
Mr. President, an honor and a pleasure to have you. How you doing today?
Doing good. We have some good numbers coming out.
Mr. President, as of August 1st, a biological boy can change in a locker room, a dressing room.
It's crazy. Boys can go into girls' locker rooms. The whole thing is crazy. No, we'll get that changed. Tell your people not to worry about it. It'll be signed on day one. It'll be terminated.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. We wish you the best.
Thank you very much.
The 45th and hopefully 47th President of the United States of America.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You'd think places that make windows would be into transparency. Not so much. When you hear someone say free windows with purchase, it's confusing. Is it free or not? Rob Mado, owner of Keystone Window here, where we pride ourselves on transparency. We'll give you our price up front. No gimmicks, no hassles, or hidden costs. Just a better window at an honest price. Call Keystone 267-308-2500.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
There's never a dull moment when the Mets visit Citizens Bank Park. Come join the fun when New York comes to Philly on Wednesday, May 15th and Thursday, May 16th, both at 6:40. Secure your seats today at Phillies.com. A good time is in the cards when St. Louis visits Philly on Friday, May 31st at 6:40, Saturday, June 1st at 7:15, and Sunday, June 2nd at 1:35. Don't miss out. Secure your seats now at Phillies.com.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized with help from Beacon. I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
When the markets open for the trading week later this morning, they will hope to continue last week's momentum, which saw all of the indices finish up. The Dow's been up 8 straight days. That's the longest winning streak of the year. Today, workers at the Mercedes-Benz plant in Alabama hold a union vote. Tomorrow, Home Depot reports earnings, and we get the details on the latest Producer Price Index report. Wednesday, we get the Consumer Price Index report, and on Thursday, the nation's largest retailer, Walmart, reports earnings. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer spoke out Sunday against the proposed merger of Chevron and Hess, in which Chevron is poised to acquire Hess in a $53 billion all-stock deal.
We know when there are mergers, who suffers? The average consumer whose price goes up at the pump.
The deal is under consideration by the Federal Trade Commission. And that's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
They're not supposed to be there, but there are videos on social media of kids attacking people, then posting it for people to watch. 2 teenagers face murder charges, seen on video, laughing and goofing off before one swerved a car into a retired police officer on a bicycle in Las Vegas last August. Police say they'd hit another man earlier who was only injured. Now, sometimes it's other kids who are attacked, like Michelle Padone's 15-year-old son, Aiden, who she says was lured to a park in Hudson Falls, New York last summer in a Spider-Man outfit he wore to advocate against bullying in schools like he was going through.
When he came back home with a broken nose, I just was devastated.
The 14-year-old girl who punched him was arrested. There were other kids there with their phones out ready to get the attack on video. Video that went viral, even though there are social media bans on that kind of content.
All social media companies utilize very sophisticated algorithms.
M.E.J. Paulus is an attorney with the Pensacola, Florida law firm Levin Papantonio Rafferty.
And these algorithms select what we see. And there are endless possibilities. There's so much data out there that the algorithm can pick and show you. But what social media companies know is they know that content that is extreme or hateful, divisive, or polarizing gets a reaction, and that drives user engagement. And it's that reason why these videos get so popular is because they have that effect on people, and the algorithm knows this and it picks up on this, and then it starts pushing these types of videos out and you see them go viral.
If someone, a kid say, were to search, kids beating up other kids or whatever it is, that's going to click and then it's going to hit and hit and hit and hit and so on.
They may not have to look for it at all. It could just pop up in their feed just because they're the right demographic, the right age, their school age. These algorithms look at who could be their key audience. And the algorithm knows, hey, this is a child. This might be something that they may be interested in. And then they'll push it on to them even without them looking for it.
If these videos are supposed to be banned, at least in their terms of service, and they say, well, look, we take them down when we catch them, I understand it's part of their business model, these algorithms. That's their raison d'etre. That's how they make money. But can't they program the algorithm to not include these kind of videos in the hits if they aren't supposed to be there in the first place?
They really don't have an incentive to do so. So what we know about social media companies is they make their money by selling advertising space to advertisers who then do targeted advertising. Well, in order to be an attractive platform, they need to have increased user engagement. And they know that these types of videos increases that user engagement.
So what happens? I mean, they obviously don't, when stuff does get pulled down, obviously, it's not like a dozen people watching every single of the hundreds of thousands of videos that come in. There's got to be some sort of AI that looks at this stuff, How in the end are the videos found when they're found and taken down? And do kids even try to bother to get around it? I guess there's really no way to.
Well, that's kind of a twofold question. So usually how these videos are highlighted as being problematic or against their terms and policies is that users will flag them for the platform and put them on notice. Like, this is inappropriate content. It should not be on here. Now, whether they look at it and what they do with it, that's another story. But there's also the flip side of social media in terms of, reaction that the people that are posting the videos, the recognition that they get for doing so, right? They're incentivized for taking these types of videos, posting these videos, sharing these videos, because they get recognition for doing that. But once this type of video is out, it's going to continue to percolate throughout the social media platforms, because one person will send a notification that this is inappropriate content, but someone else already found the video and shared it. And you go down this whole downward spiral.
I mean, look, the social media companies are going to say, don't blame us. We're just a bunch of tubes. And we have policies against this stuff. We don't produce anything. Blame the kids that post them. What's the legal argument for blaming them?
It's the design of the platform. It's the algorithms that push this content out. So the content is a byproduct of how these platforms are designed, and they are designed specifically to encourage and to facilitate this movement of this harmful and violent content.
So who are some of your clients? And tell me about some of the cases that the specific cases that you're working on, if you can.
Basically, what we see is the negative impact that social media has on the mental health of children. And this is because these platforms are designed in a way that they are addictive, and they are especially addictive to children who are vulnerable to the types of features and things that these social media companies are utilizing to drive user engagement, especially amongst adolescents and amongst kids.
What kind of laws would you like to see passed to protect kids from these kind of attacks? I guess there are already laws to prevent people from physically assaulting people, but to protect kids in general from social media.
What I feel like is this litigation is the step in the right direction, because it is really geared towards holding social media companies accountable for the harms that they've caused. And if we are successful in this litigation, I believe that we are definitely going to see a systemic change on how social media companies provide their services and how they provide their product to adolescents. So I think that's going to be very key to seeing any sort of systemic change among the social media companies. This is an area that has spurred a lot of involvement and a lot of recognition amongst politicians, everyone on the government side, families and parents are realizing that this is a real problem, right? And we have to join forces, and we need to see changes, whether it's from the legal standpoint or from a successful lawsuit that is actually going to drive and push these social media companies to make systemic changes on how they market their product to kids.
What are some symptoms of social media addiction, where we've moved on a little bit from these physical attacks, to talk about, depression, eating disorders, whatever else that might be exacerbated by social media, and also just the addiction of being on it in the first place?
Yeah, so I mean, we're seeing a lot of cases where, there is an increase in depression and anxiety, eating disorders like anorexia or bulimia or body dysmorphia. You're seeing cases where individuals are self-harming, and really you have even extreme cases where there's attempted suicide or completed suicide. They can become really argumentative and upset if they're being called out, like, hey, you're on your phone too much, or why are you on your phone so much? They get upset about it. You'll notice that if you take away the device or access to the social media, these kids, have withdrawal symptoms, and usually they go hand in hand with being extremely angry and violent. You will notice a disruption in the sleep pattern because kids tend to use their social media in the middle of the night, grades at school, changing, more disciplinary actions in school. So those are all like telltale signs that parents can be cognizant of that kind of go hand in hand with the problem that leads to these side effects that we just spoke about.
The things you just take through sound a lot like, how do I know my kid's doing drugs? Except this is even harder to detect.
It is harder to detect, but you just have to be mindful about it. And you really will see certain changes, in the child that, may warrant, kind of an additional investigation to, hey, what's happening? Take a look at the device, you see how much time they're spending, what they're posting, what they're being exposed to. It does sometimes require investigation and, and it's not always very easy to detect.
Do you think, I'm not asking you to put a specific figure on it, do you think there's a majority, a minority, a small problematic percentage of kids that really are harmed by social media as opposed to the kids who just use it for fun like other kids used to watch TV?
Yeah, most kids that are surveyed will say that they have a negative experience with social media or that it enhances feelings that are negative. There's been studies that have been done that actually show that there is a positive correlation with social media use if it's used in limited capacity. Then there are studies that show that if you use social media extremely, meaning 3 or more hours a day, any sort of positive effect that social media may have is turned into a negative effect. And that's when you start seeing all of these issues arising. It's when you cross over into that excessive use of social media. So if you just, occasionally watch a video or spend an hour on social media, you may not have the same problems. But if you are there's just a complete difference when a person is absolutely dependent and have to have access to their social media at all times. And that excessive use is what leads to these symptoms.
Emmy Powis is an attorney with Levin Papantonio Rafferty in Pensacola, Florida. Emmy, thanks for coming on.
Thank you so much.
Rich Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Why is Navage perfect for allergy sufferers? Rhino Systems Medical Director Dr. Howard Levine explains.
If someone's exposed to allergens, they can get rid of those immediately by washing out the nose. Navage works by pulling saline in one nostril, through the nose and out the other nostril, sucking out allergens, mucus, dust, and germs. Experience on-the-spot relief so you could breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier.
Navage is available at Sam's Club, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or online at Navage.com. Navage. Breathe easy.
Former CIA officer Jason Hansen here. In my line of work, I've seen firsthand how fast the world can change. And with geopolitical risks and rising inflation, it's time to take action now. For me, that means gold. And for gold, I exclusively trust Advantage Gold. I urge you to do the same. Call them now at 800-900-GOLD for a free gold guide. Mention my name and receive a bonus $1,300 gift. So don't hesitate. Call 800-900-GOLD today.
Paid for by Advantage Gold. Performance may vary. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Always consult your financial and tax professional.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardie plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Former President Trump's hush money trial resumes today. His ex-attorney Michael Cohen expected to take the witness stand. Eric Trump on Fox's Life, Liberty, and Levin blames Democrats for trying to derail his father's presidential campaign.
They try and slander him. They try and keep him off the campaign trail. They try and waste his time. They try and destroy his reputation and his image with a nonsense case.
Defense lawyers have painted Cohen as an admitted liar.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Elon Musk's SpaceX successfully launching its Falcon 9 rocket from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida on Sunday. Spacecraft carrying 23 Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit. And America is listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Nuggets and Pacers got even on Sunday in the NBA playoffs. Denver beat Minnesota 115-107. Indianapolis blew out New York 121-89. Those series both tied at 2. On the track at Darlington, Brad Keselowski passed Chris Buescher with 8.5 laps to go to snap a 110-race winless streak. It's his first win as co-owner of RFK Racing. Brutal stretch for Buescher, who lost the closest finish in NASCAR Cup history last weekend at Kansas. And Rory McIlroy fired a final round 65 to win the Wells Fargo Championship, setting himself up as a favorite for this week's PGA Championship. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tim McMaster, Fox News.
I'm Philomena, founder of Ken Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Chester County officials canceled the Exton Square Mall Carnival after someone got assaulted there. Donald Trump's former lawyer and fixer Michael Cohen is expected to take the stand today in the hush money trial. And actor Steve Buscemi was punched in the face in New York. He's expected to be okay.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Imagine a world where animals and humans coexist in harmony, where wild animals thrive, habitats are protected, and marginalized communities are empowered. At International Animal Rescue, this is our vision. Our holistic, community-led projects not only rescue animals, but also protect and replenish precious habitats, creating a better future for us all. But we can't do this without you. Show your support now and help keep the wild, wild. Visit internationalanimalrescue.org.
We are Lions International, the world's largest service organization. We are volunteers committed to strengthening our communities and supporting those in need, one act of kindness at a time. For more than a century, Lions have been serving a world in need right here in our community and around the world. Lions International makes the impossible possible. This is your invitation to join us, because the only thing missing from our mission to make a difference is you. Visit lionsclubs.org to find a local Lions Club near you.
It's an NL East matchup you don't want to miss when the Phils take on the Nationals on Friday, May 17th at 6:40, Saturday, May 18th at 6:05, and Sunday, May 19th at 1:35. Visit Phillies.com to order tickets now. Roll on down to CBP on Saturday, June 1st at 7:15 when the Phils host the Cards and kids 14 and under receive a London 2024 double-decker bus presented by SEI. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, we're David and Greg Figueroa,
founders of Melinda's Hot Sauce.
Sometimes brand testimonials feel, well, unbelievable.
So we have a fresh take. Tastemonials.
Comments from real people on the internet who love Melinda's balance of hot heat and fresh, flavorful ingredients.
At 2021 DoWork says, legendary. Nobody does it better.
What was that?
Sounds for fire emoji, touchdown emoji, and 100% emoji.
Okay. At Snack Food Mafia says, I love how they are a thicker hot sauce and not some watery junk.
Love it. At Moshroom writes, best hot sauce west of the Mississippi, also the best hot sauce east of the Mississippi.
Pro tip, that's the whole United States.
Finally, at IGP1 always says, smack so hard.
We love to hear that as much as the FCC.
Set your mouth on flavor with Melinda's Hot Sauces. Find them at your local retailer or online at melindas.com. That's MELINDAS.com.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, May 13th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. We have a stacked show for you today. Hopefully all of you had a great weekend and a great Mother's Day. Good morning, Dawn Stensland. How was Mom's Day yesterday for you, dear?
It was wonderful. Thank you very much.
Beautiful. Larry took care of everything?
Took care of it. Boys took care of it. Good Mother's Day.
Treated you like the queen that you are? We like that.
It was a good weekend.
Beautiful. Gregory, how are you, buddy?
Who are you again?
My name is...
Never heard of you. Sorry.
Yeah, Nick Kayal.
Yeah, never heard of you. No idea who you are.
Huh?
Never mind. Inside joke. An inside joke for one.
We can hash out those details publicly later if you'd like. I have no problem doing that.
Fine by me.
Yeah.
The big weekend, guys.
How's life for the brand manager these days? Pretty good.
Your interview made some waves.
I heard
waves.
That. I heard
a lot of waves this weekend.
Wow, man, good God. I've seen publicity, but holy S.
Should we rattle them off?
Well, we have all of the clippings. We'll get to that later.
Okay.
Yeah, just a smattering of it.
Yeah, and not your typical conservative-leaning sites either, folks.
No.
Oh, I don't know, like People Magazine?
That was the first. People Magazine was the first to pick up on it.
Hey, Rolling Stone, what are you doing? Where are you at?
That's unbelievable to me.
Nice work out of everybody involved.
The last one I saw was the Washington Post. That was in the Sunday print edition of the Washington Post.
Yeah. So. And even the Biden administration got wind of our interview.
Yeah.
So
Dawn, you're famous. the Biden administration using you for attack ads.
Uh-oh.
Fantastic.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it. And then also an invitation that was extended over the weekend as well. We'll hit on all of that as we continue this morning. A wild weekend at Wildwood. That'll be the theme of the big take. Also, Barron, Burgum, and Nikki all in the news. I don't know, maybe Mom squashed the whole idea because of us.
Yeah.
Could be a possibility. Is Planet Fitness getting Bud Lighted? It looks that way. We'll give you the details. And also, DEI is being rebranded, folks. It will now be called L&I. We'll give you those details. And also a Pennsylvania State Trooper Philadelphia update. The cut sheet, absolutely loaded. And we have so much more to get to this morning. But before we get to all of it, let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:04, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. We're sponsored this Monday morning, May 13th, in Kayal and Company. We're sponsored by Malvern Retreat House. 48 degrees with a high of 74 degrees. Police in Delaware investigating after a teenager was killed. Another teen is critically injured, recovering this morning after a shooting outside the Concord Mall. This happened in Wilmington, Delaware, over the weekend. So according to Delaware State Police, on Saturday night, late at night, troopers responding after a shooting in the parking lot there of the Concord Mall. This is obviously Concord Pike, Wilmington. 2 teenagers had been shot. So those officers essentially saved one of the teens' lives. One, they could not save his life despite all the efforts of those officers, first responders, a 16-year-old, and dying in their hands, literally. Another teen, 17 years old, is in serious condition and recovering this morning. So the investigation, according to state police, looks like they found that a fight is believed to have broken out right at the entrance of the Lead Fest Carnival that was being held right across from the Concord Mall in the adjacent parking lot. I had reported last week, we've heard the Broomall Fire Department. Remember, every year since I can remember, Broomall Fire Department on the Pennsylvania side had their huge fundraiser. They've just decided, due to poor parenting essentially, to cancel that festival moving forward. We've seen this going on across the region and in Bucks County as well. These carnivals, unfortunately, people will drop off their kids or they attract the wrong teenagers and this kind of violence breaks out. So, this is being lumped in with a real problem region-wide as far as teenagers coming in groups, and then one of them has a gun. What would have been a fist fight, it turns into a gunfight.
Yeah, when I was younger, they used to say, and Greg, you'll probably remember this, you were not allowed to be dropped off at the mall and just loiter around. And eventually, mall security and cops kind of weighed in. They're like, unless you're a patron, unless you're going to keep it moving, you're just not going to assemble here and be a pain in the butt. I feel like that's what happens at all these outdoor carnivals and festivals these days. It's like bad parents just dropping off their kids, and then the family that has it all together has to deal with their guff.
You nailed it. That's exactly, it's a supersized problem. And that was exactly what Broomall officials, not just, the fire department, it's their big fundraiser because they're volunteer, which saves the taxpayers a lot of money. They're just one of many carnivals, but moving forward, they're not going to have it because of what you're saying. It's not just teens anymore. It's kids as young as 7, 8 years old. People just dropping off all their kids and expecting others to babysit for free.
We do have a parenting issue in this country. There's no doubt about it. Yeah. I think we have a lot of parents that are just distracted with the phone and social media, and they just zone out and let their kid do whatever they want.
Amen.
Yeah.
In other news, we have Philadelphia police do say they've arrested a man they say was caught on surveillance images attacking a young man with autism. That happened on a SEPTA train in Philadelphia. And this is a follow-up story. So the man who was victimized, 25-year-old Isaiah Miller, he has autism. He was on the Broad Street line while approaching Cecil B. Moore Station. It happened back on March 14th. And so they captured it on the surveillance video. His mom had spoken out to the media saying that he was on his way home that night after bowling with a bunch of different friends and said that he was trying to be nice and say hello. He's on the spec. He's autistic there.
Sure.
And so was on the train saying hello. Well, this guy, according to police, 31-year-old Saeed Thomas, started assaulting him, beat him brutally, and left him badly beaten, bruised. He's recovering physically and emotionally, but the 31-year-old who just attacked an autistic young person is now facing these charges.
Any prosecutor that does not view this to be an aggregated factor and to up the charges anytime somebody assaults anybody that's got some sort of, cognitive defect or learning disability or, handicap, I want aggravated. I want those charges upped, not dropped, but boosted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well said.
Down syndrome, autism, you name it.
And we have a person under arrest accused of assaulting and robbing an off-duty Philadelphia police officer in North Philadelphia. Happened yesterday morning. This off-duty officer robbed of his personal firearm, and that happened at 2100 West Oxford Street, according to police. So the officer managed then to disarm the suspect, fire the attacker's weapon in self-defense. Suspect got away initially in what looks like a stolen vehicle, but was later arrested. They're still trying to find additional suspects in that one. It looks like the off-duty officer is going to be okay, but it shows you the level of, thank goodness it was an off-duty officer. He knew what to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know? We also have trials to watch. The star prosecution witness in the Manhattan Donald Trump bookkeeping trial set to take the stand today with testimony that prosecutors hope will help shape the outcome of the first criminal case against, and this is historic, against an American former president. So Michael Cohen expected to take the stand, Trump's former attorney and, quote, personal fixer. So that one we'll be watching this morning. And then as well, of course, New Jersey New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez goes on trial today. Jury selection starts today in the federal criminal trial of United States Senator Bob Menendez, charged with accepting hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes, including some in those gold bars, which allowed him to get the nickname
Gold Bar Bob. Do attorneys take retainer fees in the form of gold? Or is it you have to give a credit card or cash?
He's planning on throwing his wife under the bus. Huh?
Yes.
He's basically going to say that she did what she did and she didn't know what she was doing or something.
Nothing worse than the spouse throwing you under the bus.
I love electric school buses.
Or the school bus, for that matter.
We also have some law enforcement saying that as far as the follow-up on the carnival story, Nick, you were talking about when you were a kid and, you can't drop the kids off at the mall. There were about 100 young people, juveniles, kids fighting right across from the Willow Grove Mall over the weekend at that carnival this weekend. So the police had to cancel it at 8:30 on Saturday night, unfortunately.
Jeez. And I'm assuming that was expected to go longer than 8:30?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they had to shut it down early for everybody else because you had a swarm of about 100 teens, the youths, the juveniles, swarming on that one. So thanks to our great listeners and law enforcement locally giving us the tips. I know, Nick, will talk a lot about the huge rally over the weekend, historic Trump rally, of course, in New Jersey, and a whole lot more. But we are sponsored by Malvern Retreat House. Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's largest Catholic retreat house located in Chester County. Malvern Retreat House hosting men's and women's retreats, couples retreats, spiritual direction, recovery retreats, so much more. Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice at malvernretreat.com. I don't know, maybe some of our Philadelphia Phillies need Malvern Retreat House. Kind of a rough weekend for the Phils, even though we have the best record in the MLB. But Phils lose to the Fish in extra innings, 7-6. Marlins win that one, so not good for our Phils. Today we're going to warm up, 74 degrees. We will see the sun, and the roller coaster weather continues. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Did you want to jump in, Greg?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say Zach Wheeler got
Did he get shelled?
Lit up yesterday.
Well, he was frustrated.
Yeah.
He's frustrated.
No, I mean, look, in my opinion, he's one of the best pitchers in baseball.
Yes.
He just had a rough outing.
Yeah, you're going to have 5 or 6 of those a year.
It happens.
Yeah, even for the best pitchers.
Just as long as it doesn't become a pattern.
Yeah, even Phil's Knicks got toasted yesterday.
Oh, boy.
I checked my phone. They were down 40. I was like, is this a misprint, 40?
Really?
Yeah, but poor Jalen Brunson. Yeah, he's not 100%.
Uh-oh.
Mr. Villanova.
Ruh-roh.
Oh, boy. Oh, well. All right, it is 6:12. Let's kick off a week with another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
And the Big Take this morning brought to you by Best Work Industries for the Blind. The Big Take, wild weekend at Wildwood. Wildwood, New Jersey, one of the few GOP strongholds for Republicans in the Garden State. And on Saturday night, it became more apparent than ever that Wildwood is Trump country. Reports of somewhere between 80 to 100,000 people packed the shore destination in one of the wildest scenes you will ever see for a political rally. The only question I think that remains is whether or not the tide has turned, pun intended. And can Trump ride that wave straight through Election Day on November 5th? Again, pun intended. And I pose those questions for a variety of reasons. First and foremost, the polls. But we know the polls have let us down consistently for the better part of 2 years. But think of the visual that you are seeing around America. Go back to March of 2023 when the streets of Miami, Florida were packed with Trump supporters as he was arraigned for his classified documents case. Remember, Vivek Ramaswamy being the only GOP primary candidate who showed up publicly to support the man that he was trying to dethrone. Think about the crowds outside of Fulton County, Georgia, as Trump was indicted in the Fannie Willis case. Remember Blacks for Trump? Over the last month, the crowds of union workers in New York City lining the streets to show support for Trump as he enters the courthouse in the Alvin Bragg case. And just about a month ago, 40,000 plus people in Schwenksville, Pennsylvania to see Trump on a freezing April Saturday night. And now close to 6 figures at Wildwood just 2 nights ago. I'm not sure if it was 70,000, 80,000, 100,000, but it was a massive scene. And I ask if the tide is turning for a variety of reasons. Number one, the failures of the Democrats, far-left progressives, and the Biden administration. Number 2, the weaponization of the criminal justice system against a top political adversary. And number 3, the decline of America in so many categories as our country has become somewhat of a joke. But let's start with number 1. Here's Trump Saturday night at Wildwood talking about how everything the big guy touches turns to crap and even takes a shot at sloppy Chris Christie. Listen and watch this.
Economy, the real economy, not the fake economy. Everything they touch turns to what? You shouldn't use that kind of language. Look. You can't use the word okay? That's like Christie. You know Chris Christie. Does anybody like Chris Christie?
And that was just the opening act as Donald Trump was getting warmed up. Next, we get to number 2. How in the world could Donald Trump be a bigger target of the DOJ and the federal government than somebody like Al Capone? It's this type of political weaponization that has made Trump a martyr while still being alive. Listen and watch this.
Backfired. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. I'm more popular now than I've ever been. Can you believe it? They rigged the whole thing with the Department of Justice, and every time I've been indicted more than the great Alphonse Capone, Scarface. Al Capone was so mean that if you went to dinner with him and he didn't like you, you'd be dead the next morning. And I got indicted more than him on too.
If federal prosecutors, attorney generals, and district attorneys had the same ambition for locking up career criminals as they do for going after a former president of the United States, America would be a far safer and much more secure place. I mentioned Fulton County, Atlanta, Georgia. We've all seen the polls showing that Trump is polling better than he ever has with black voters. You might recall the New York Giants in the 1980s and early 90s. When Reggie White was rolling up sack after sack with the Eagles, another man by the name of Lawrence Taylor was doing the same thing for the Giants. Here was LT saying what I believe many black voters are saying today. Listen and watch this.
I just want to say, I grew up a Democrat, and I've always been a Democrat until I met this man right here. I'll tell you what. He will not have to worry about nobody in my family ever vote for a Democrat again. Okay?
Don't you just love that guy? Don't you just love that guy?
That was Giants running back Otis Anderson from those 80s Giants teams saying, don't you just love that guy, right there at the end of that clip. And Wildwood certainly does. 74 million Americans certainly do. And you have to wonder, with all that's gone on in America over the last 3.5 years, that what that raw total could look like in 2024 come Election Day on November 5th. Remember, Donald Trump went from 62 million votes in 2016 to 74 million in 2020. He went up 12 million votes, even with COVID, even with all of the nonsense of 2020. That is a record in America. No sitting president has ever jumped up like that. And this time around, ask yourself this. What will the number be? Is 78 million possible? Is 82 million possible? 85 million? Who knows? It's possible. And it's possible because America is in decline under Joe Biden. Here's more of Donald Trump from Saturday night talking about America's decline. Listen and watch this.
The silent majority is rising like never before, and under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one beautiful, glorious nation under God. And together, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. you all. Let's win this state. We're going to win it. Thank you. Thank you very much. We love you all.
The silent majority rising up like never before. That's what Trump said in the beginning of that clip. And just because people don't tweet about Trump, or people might not Facebook about Trump, or they might not have a flag out on their porch or a bumper sticker on their car, doesn't mean that they're not Trump voters. But in the BS country we're living in, where showing public support for Trump is somehow wrong and you get vilified and it can cost you your job or lead to your cancellation, there could be many who just quietly go about their business and cast their ballot for Trump and hope to reap the rewards of living in a more affordable nation once again, a safer country again, and a place where common sense once again returns. Wars end, and America reclaims its place at the top of the mountain, led by a man who says, if you F around, you will find out. Trump also went on to blast Larry Krasner by name on Saturday night here in Philadelphia as well. And Trump was on fire Saturday night, absolutely on his A game, but he's also going to need to be on his A game for the next 6 months, as will his lawyers. And then if reelected, he'll need to be on his A game for another 4 years, because Biden has been on his F game since day one, and it will take an A game to turn this slop around. Hopefully voters will have their brains turned on and have their A game this fall. The only question remains is whether or not the tide is turned and Trump can ride this wave right through November. And we'll get that answer soon enough. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning brought to you by Best Work Industries for the Blind. Their e-commerce store is helping businesses succeed in all work environments. BestWorkSupplyCenter.com offers traditional office products, cleaning supplies, furniture, technology, and more with free shipping and next-day delivery. Shop now and save at BestWorkSupplyCenter.com. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, get us in the YouTube chat. Just go to youtube.com/at1210WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons today. Barron out, Burgum in, apparently. We'll see. The details on the other side. It's Kayal & Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Back after this on a Monday on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus, an industry-leading warranty, a 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Today, everyone is trying to eat healthier and eat more fresh foods. Well, that also goes for your four-legged friends. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you are not aware of the new generation of fresh food diets available for your four-legged friends, then you are missing out. At Dogs and Cats Rule, we carry a wide-ranging selection of fresh foods that includes raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, and baked. To learn more, visit any of our 7 locations. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Hi, I'm Ethan and I attend Insight PA Cyber Charter School. At Insight PA, the teachers care about my education and my future career goals. You can choose a career pathway in business, technology, and nursing, as well as extracurricular and pre-apprenticeship programs. As a sophomore in high school, I've been presented with opportunities to grow in every aspect, from robotics to marketing. I'm so glad I got to choose and attend Insight PA.
To learn how Insight PA Cyber Charter can set your child up for the future, visit insightpaschool.org.
Technology helps keep everyone comfortable with a smart thermostat.
Turn temperature down.
Temperature down. Turn temperature up. Temperature up. But to keep everyone on your team working comfortably, you need more than technology. You need CDW to custom configure Dell Client Solutions devices. Adaptive AI-based software creates a personalized user experience and boosts collaboration so they can stay cool and collected.
Temperature down.
Temperature up. I'm staying out of this. Dell Client Solutions make adaptive performance possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Dell Client.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
According to a study conducted by Atticus Law Firm, 40% of retirees were forced back into the workforce because they received a deceptive sales pitch from their broker. But there is one way to ensure that you don't become part of that statistic.
Tony Gambone and Denise Gambone, Royersford, Pennsylvania.
I know people that had to go back to work because they got bad investment advice from brokers. By recording our sessions, Crash Proof Retirement proves they're willing to put their money where their mouth is.
The recordings used by Crash Proof Retirement, it's just a natural extension of how Crash Proof is legally bound to do right for the consumer.
Guarantee legally binding transparency for your retirement future. Register for one of the Crash Proof events on May 15th at the Washington Crossing Inn. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. If you drive a car, you want it to last a long time and not cost you lots of money in the long run. You need to get your car serviced at United Tire and Service. I get my car serviced at one of their 10 locations throughout the Delaware Valley. You should too. Right now, get an oil change on any make or model, and they'll do a free summer trip check so you're ready to hit the road. 20-point safety check, brakes, belts, important fluid levels, lights, even the spare tire. To find the location nearest you, go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, a 6-time J.D. Power dealer of excellence for customer service. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2024 Lexus models are here and moving fast, and the newly redesigned 2024 Lexus GX has arrived. Tony Labello and his team are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles in stock. You deserve a Lexus and award-winning customer service. Start your journey with family-owned and operated Lexus of Cherry Hill.
For J.D. Power dealer of excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Go home to your mama. It's Kayal Company, 6:28 as we get another work week started. Let's go, rise and shine, Philadelphia. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, good to have you in on this Monday. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Thank you to everybody. I don't know about you, Dawn, but the mentions on Twitter were blowing up all weekend from our interview with the president on Friday. So it seems like about 99.9% of you loved the interview. All sorts of national headlines, and the wildness did not stop on Friday as it continued into Saturday with the rally. And I just got to read this because this is amazing. And I try not to like do victory laps so much. Like at the end of the day, it's an unbelievable honor to interview Trump. But, you know, ultimately, he's a human being, right? Like, I've never been one of these guys that gets, like, all like, you know, anxious and nervous to interview somebody that's, you know, at the top of the totem pole, so to speak. But this is pretty cool. So I'm golfing Saturday morning. I went out and played out in Skippack. And we had like a 10-12 tee time, and I knew it was going to be a long day. Saturdays are always long. It's a 4.5-hour round. So we get done around 2:45, 3 o'clock. And Stalker sent us this text message saying apparently you guys made a great impression with Trump because Margot Martin, who is a part of Trump's office, I think National Director of Communications or something to that effect, sent Stalker this text message saying, "Hi, Greg, this is Margot Martin in President Trump's office. Will Nick and Dawn be at the rally today? President Trump would love to invite them in his photo line. If so, I don't have their personal cells. Thank you." That is an unbelievable honor, and I'm not going to lie. I'm keeping that picture in my phone, Dawn Stenson, for the rest of time until I throw this thing into the Atlantic when I retire. Because, and look, I know you had stuff going on. I'm thinking, man, it's 4 o'clock. If I would have known earlier, I would have canceled my tea time and went. Because there's just no way, unless I get the Odyssey private charter flight directly to Wildwood, no way I can make that in time at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, it was. For me, we had all kinds of Mother's Day plans, which I didn't fully know about. I had a bunch of stuff Saturday planned, but I was sick over the weekend too.
Oh, no.
So I don't want to go out in public, and especially to see President Trump and get everybody, you know,
Dawn, do you have COVID?
No.
Did you take 3 tests? Did you post them on social media? Do you have your mask with you?
I did not. I do not have a mask.
Okay.
This is like Dr. Seuss. I do not have a mask. I do not have green eggs in town. No, but it crushed me to not go.
Yeah, and it looked like an absolutely wild scene.
Amazing.
So, impressions and takeaways. I watched it live. I tried not to consume any politics this weekend other than the rally Saturday night. I golfed on Saturday afternoon and morning, and then yesterday I did a bunch of Mother's Day stuff with my sister. But what I watched on Saturday night for about 45, 50 minutes, and granted, I haven't been doing this for 25 or 30 years, but I have never seen a rally like that. I thought the Schwenksville one was impressive to have close to 40,000 in Bumble F, Pennsylvania. And that's where Schwenksville, Pennsylvania is. It's in the middle of nowhere in Macungie. But Wildwood was, whatever that was, I don't know if that was 30 grand more, 20 grand more, double the amount. I don't know if it was 6 figures. The Wildwood government and administration officials for that local government have said somewhere between 80 and 100. I've seen people tweeting it was less than 50. I just know that visual was really, really wild.
Yeah, and you could tell that it got under even Governor Phil Murphy. You know, it got under his skin because it's his state, and they were being, for lack of a better word, pissy. You could tell that there were so many people who couldn't stand, and Governor Phil Murphy said that these people are hateful or something. That was not what it was.
I don't know. That crowd did look insurrectionish. I got to tell you. I thought for a moment I felt like it was a threat to democracy.
They were having a blast. It looked like a reunion, right?
It looked like the summertime, and I'm thinking it's May. It should be warmer and nicer than it is. And yes, Saturday was a relatively beautiful day, but it was still chilly. I would think when we got done golfing at 3 o'clock, we were sitting on the patio, and if you were in the shade, it was a little nippy. I got to imagine at the shore at 7 o'clock at night, it probably felt like it was in the high 40s or low 50s down there.
But people were, of course, we had our great crew, Zioli and Diam Giordano, Rich Zioli, the whole crew. They were down there all day at Mulligan's, at Trump, headquarters, having a blast. So I think if they were looking at the entire crowd, it wasn't just maybe who was on the, they overtook Wildwood from what I could see. But you're right, Nick. These were the local officials who I think are Democrats and Republicans. They were, right? They were, the local officials were the ones estimating the crowd.
Yeah, I don't believe that number came out of the Trump camp or the Trump administration. And from a business standpoint, all of those businesses, those restaurants, those bars, anything in that general vicinity, that has to be such a big 1 day or even 2 or 3 day, because you got to figure we saw people lining up on Friday tweeting us with their chairs on the boardwalk. And then, of course, if you have a great time Saturday night, you're probably going to just crash and get a hotel or you booked it in advance. So it was probably a 3-day weekend that the Wildwood economy probably cashed in major money.
Yeah. And that's just it. For me, I just thought, and there were some friends, even some of the women on our Italy trips, said, I have a room, and if you want to come down, it was like have a girls' night. Or there were so many people, but it was festive. People were having a blast. So for anybody to say, oh, these are hateful people, they were just trying to paint it in some way or calling names or that sort of thing. And that just shows me how worried they are. That they were worried that somehow this huge rally, getting everybody revved up and everybody excited for November, is ruh-roh. These folks are motivated. And what, man, did you hear? They're thinking, wow, they really cheered when he said, hey, I'm going to cut your taxes. You know what I mean?
Like, who doesn't like that?
Like, oh, those haters.
Oh, no.
Because, they don't want those lower taxes.
Uncle Sam's going to take less. That's a bad thing.
So I just thought it looked like an absolute blast.
It did. 855-839-1210, the number. All right, I don't know. Maybe we cost Barron an opportunity. Enough gloating and patting ourselves on the back. Now let's crush ourselves.
Well, let me just say this about that interview, because, Phil, if you want to put up some of the screen grabs of some of the headlines that your interview with, first, there's that's the attack ad that Dawn Stensland made. They took a 15-second clip. It says, Trump says he will end non-discrimination protections for LGBTQ plus students on day one if elected.
Great question with Dawn with the Title IX question.
Yep.
If I can, and by the way,
Hang on one second
we can talk about this more, but even, our friend Terry Tracy from Broad and Liberty went through that on Friday when I interviewed him. That's the opposite. That what you just showed is a lie. If you look back at what Trump had in place, so Obama was the first one who put some of this stuff into play. Then when Trump came in, his team put together a comprehensive, protection for all. And so the honest to goodness truth is, no matter who you are, if you're gay or straight or whatever community you're in, the so-called DeVos wrote it, but it puts in there measures for justice, that they have to keep things transparent. Because remember in like the West Virginia thing, when the dad who was a plumber and he was dragged out and they were trying to hide things and transfer kids, and the alleged same thing is happening in the suburbs here locally. So they put in protections, in other words, such that you would have to have things transparent. You would have to have a legal process that was transparent. They put all that in there, which would protect somebody in the LGBTQ plus community, somebody in the straight, doesn't matter what community you're in, you're going to get justice, in other words.
Right.
So that statement that was made to allege that Trump would take it away, that's a lie.
Yeah. And I love the way that, of course, the Biden-Harris administration is going to spin it one way. It said, I think if we go back to the one with the tweet from the Biden-Harris administration HQ Twitter account, it said that there it is. Yeah. Trump says he will end non-discrimination protections for LGBTQ plus students. Or Donald Trump's just going to protect female rights with Title IX and keep dudes out of a bathroom. But you can look at it however you would like, Biden-Harris.
It's funny to see which outlets ran with what. The Hill had the same headline.
Yep.
They were saying the New York Daily News had that headline about ending protections for LGBTQ plus students was the headline.
Yeah.
The Human Rights Campaign or Human Event, whatever it is, they tweeted it out. That clip, that like little 15-second clip, made a lot of news. And then, Phil, if you want to go through the other ones too, if you can put them back up there about the Barron Trump thing. The Barron Trump thing was the one that really took. There's the Daily Mail. He's really been a great student, and he does like politics. It's sort of funny. The former president told Kayal and Company on Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. By the way, I'm super happy. Usually they just say the name of the show or conservative radio show.
Yeah.
I'm glad that they gave the whole breadth of
and they got it right too.
Exactly. The Mediaite, Trump tells Philly Talk Radio, his son Barron advises him on politics. Dad, this is what you have to do. And then in the interview, they do say People Magazine, which was, I think, the first to pick up on it. It's sort of funny. He'll tell me sometimes, Dad, this is what you have to do, Donald said during an appearance on Kayal Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Good job to the brand manager. Whatever you did, to, I don't know, put this out here. Do it again.
Yeah.
The New York
Do it
Post.
again, son.
It kind of took it. On one hand, it kind of shows me who is this? I don't know what outlet this one is. Here's 6ABC. 6ABC initially didn't, which pissed me off because there are, it's our home town, news station.
Pretty hard to screw it up as a local.
And they didn't give us credit, and then they updated it later in the day with the, and I didn't say anything to them. I don't know if our PR team did, but they eventually corrected it.
Well, you also said that it was being picked up by other news talk stations, like the big one in Dallas.
Yes,
which I think is an Odyssey station.
Yeah, they started it. That station in Dallas.
Yeah.
Was the original one to tweet it out.
I think a lot of you probably follow Colin Rugg on Twitter. He started resharing it. That went viral.
But didn't give us credit.
Sean Barish called him out.
Oh, did Sean call him out?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, good work out of Sean.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah. But, and then we get, like the feedback was 99.9% positive. All the media coverage was great.
Not about Barron.
And then, of course, you get like just one or two crab asses out there. You get one guy, because we shared the Hills version on social media, and they were criticizing the way it was labeled, not knowing that, like, when you copy and paste something from the Hill and you tweet it, it gives you their headline in your tweet. So we're not wording things a certain way that might be left wing. That's the Hill's headline that gets reaggregated when you share it as somebody else trying to repopulate the story. And then I did get one tweet about lame, boring, lazy softball questions. And I'm like, yeah, then why is People Magazine picking it up?
Yeah.
Why are all these outlets picking it up? Like, we only had 10 minutes, and we could have done the old song and dance of, hey, let's talk about the border. But, like, we did something different. Dawn, your Title IX question damn near broke the internet. So for all these select few out there that always have a gripe, just keep moving.
Well, and think about with Title IX, a lesser candidate, right, and a lesser person may be mushy-mashy about that because they don't want people to vote against them because they're taking a hard line.
Yeah.
He's telling you what he's going to do.
Agreed.
So what he's saying is, no, I'm going to protect girls. But think about also, if you've read and we all have, the Title IX information that Trump wants is to give everybody protection. But I'll just say this, there are local schools that want to be fair and want to protect everybody, right? So they've created stalls that are like, for whatever reason, if you want privacy and you're a girl who just got your first time a month, all right? Or you're LGBTQ plus or question or whatever reason, you don't have to give it, go to that bathroom.
Right.
But then we're going to have the boys' bathroom and then we're going to have the girls' bathroom. But we're going to have other facilities so that everybody's covered. As of August 1st, you can't do that anymore.
That goes away.
By the way, Navy prepper, I'm not going to say what he says,
What?
but no, but you are correct. Nick and I and Dawn were going back and forth over the weekend, and we said that we have a giant spotlight on this radio show and this radio station this weekend, which may or may not be a good thing.
I know, right?
Depending on who you ask.
I know.
So, yeah, I
You're
mean,
right.
it is, we put a giant bullseye on the chest of Kayal & Company and Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, but, this is what we do. This is our place of business.
Yeah.
Oh, he's right. Did you see Sid Weiss? He's like, hey, make sure that all your taxes are in order. The IRS is going to come after you.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt I'll get randomly audited next year.
Oh, been there, done that.
Yeah. Like, here, you want my $7? Take it.
Yeah.
You need it more than I do.
Oh, God. I was just going to say, this is probably not the best time for this, but it was great for the publicity and yes, it's true. Like, Look, Donald Trump does a lot of interviews. He does, he talks to a lot of people. He's done radio interviews, many in the last couple of weeks. None of them made the news that this one made. So
that's right.
Yes, it could be, our PR team is very good, but it's also like this. It's not just one outlet that ran with it.
Mm-hmm.
It was literally every. Like I said, I ended the night last night reading the Washington Post coverage of it last night. So it spanned everything from the Daily Mail to People Magazine to OK Magazine.
Yep.
And Breitbart and Newsmax and all those picked it up too. But all the mainstream media, 6 ABC, all the mainstream media news outlets picked up on it.
And then when I saw when I saw all the coverage of Barron. And all of those nasty comments of people saying, oh, Barron's fair game. Oh, he's blah, 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 blah. I thought to myself, oh, Melania's going to pull this back because that's what I would do as a mama bear.
Mm-hmm.
And by Friday night.
Yep.
So the interview aired when? 8:30 Friday morning.
That's correct.
By Friday night, within less than 12 hours, right?
Yep.
I forget the timing exactly.
Yep.
Melania had already said, Donald, seriously, and I would have done the same thing because it was
on Mother's Day weekend.
There were death threats.
Yes.
I mean, oh my goodness.
Yep.
Yeah. And why I believe that we were the catalyst for that to happen is because what he said on this show that Barron's given him political advice.
Yep.
And all like the left wing media and left wing people were just
how ugly
outraged
by it.
But they were like threatened. I mean, it was
the Daily Mail's headline. The Daily Mail took some of our quotes saying, quote, he does like politics. It's sort of funny, Trump told Kayal and Company on Philly's 1210 WPHT of his son Barron. And then, you're right, Melania's office puts out a statement. She tells the Daily Mail he regretfully declines to participate due to prior commitments. Apparently, he lost his calendar. He forgot he had a lot of things booked up. He probably didn't, but you see the backlash. And Melania reveals son Barron, 18, has pulled out of being a delegate, nominating his father for president because he has prior commitments.
Honest to goodness, if I can't even imagine being a parent and your teenager who just turned 18.
Oh, but he's fair game. He's 18.
These people making death threats, saying horrifying things about him, and only because the dad is. And it was a conversational interview. It was very conversational, and he was like, "Yeah, he's on the tall side, and he gives advice and da-da-da." I mean, people just were they were like rabid in their, and I'm sure as any parent, if you saw that written about your kid, you're thinking, oh no, heck to the no, this is not happening.
Yes.
And to me, that's what happened.
Yep.
She looked at that and just was like, nope.
Yep, pulled the plug right away. On Wednesday, this is from the Daily Mail, on Wednesday, Barron, 18, was elected as an at-large delegate to help formally nominate his father. It is now unclear if he will even attend the convention, which takes place in Milwaukee in July 15th to the 18th.
Because, they don't report all, for obvious reasons, they don't report all the threats, but there were threats.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so I'm sure we can't even imagine, when we talk about, thinking about the threats just against Trump, but against the whole family. And I think, quite frankly, that's one of the many reasons Ivanka and her husband and they got little kids. They said, it's so nasty out there. And that's why it's ironic that somebody like Governor Phil Murphy would look at a happy crowd of people drinking and having a great time celebrating in Wildwood and say, oh, look at these hateful people. We're not the side. We're not hateful. We just want to be. You know what I mean? We just want to be who we are and fight for freedom. We're not the side that is the hateful side. That's the other side. Read some of those comments about a teenage boy.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yep. Unlike his half-siblings, Barron Trump was rarely seen during his father's White House years, mainly at the request of his mother, Melania, who is known to be protective of her son. She rarely let Barron attend White House official events when she was First Lady. Additionally, she would have Barron travel in a separate car instead of the Beast when he rode in the presidential motorcade. So there you go. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, wrap up the 6 o'clock hour, and then coming up after the news in the 7 o'clock hour, Doug Burgum, Nikki Haley, both front and center. Kayal & Company, back after this.
You've heard me talk for years now about my friends at Piazza Auto Group, And whether it's a Piazza Honda like I have and like my son has, or whether it's, maybe one of those luxury vehicles, maybe you've graduated from the minivan, right? And you're thinking about maybe a luxury vehicle, and you're thinking about that spring road trip or summer road trip. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. Piazza with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available right now from some of the most beautiful brands. These are sleek, luxury, powerful brands like Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, and so much more. Just visit PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Stop by one of their Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Extraordinary awaits when you open up yourself to a world of possibilities with the 150-year-old Herradura Tequila. Made with unmatched care and aged to perfection, Herradura Tequila has the sophisticated taste to make any moment extraordinary. Herradura Tequila, available at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store. Please enjoy Herradura Tequila responsibly. Alcohol 40% by volume, 80 proof. Herradura Tequila, imported by Brown-Forman, Louisville, Kentucky.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, prime grilling season is almost here. I can almost smell the barbecue now. National Appliance Warehouse is ready with a huge inventory of grills from top manufacturers. Today's grills are loaded with features designed to make outdoor cooking easy and fun, and the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all. Gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the correct one. National Appliance Warehouse is dedicated to just that. You'll find everything you need for the outdoor kitchen of your dreams, all at the lowest price available, guaranteed, thanks to Price Assure. And to make sure you're all set for that first barbecue, they'll deliver and even assemble most grills.
The Memorial Day Mega Sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on a wide selection of grills and be ready to kick off barbecue season in style this summer. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yo, Roy is Ford. What? We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
6:54, Kayal & Company, getting ready to wrap up the first hour. 855-839-1210. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour 2 in just a few minutes. Then we're going to get to some of the latest news, rumors, and speculation about the vice presidency. It looked like Nikki Haley had some momentum going into the weekend, and then the Trump camp squashes that. Who put that story out there? Who's telling the truth? Who's fibbing? Who's fishing for information for reaction? And also, Donald Trump might have let the cat out of the bag Saturday in Wildwood as to who his VP will be. We'll get to that, and you will hear the little tease, the little spoiler maybe from DJT when we continue with hour 2. Also still ahead this morning, Planet Fitness in the news. They are in some ways being Bud Lighted. We'll get to that. And also the Pennsylvania State Trooper update that we have promised. A lot to get to, including the cut sheet. Hour 2 is next. Stay right there.
Thanks for calling Toyota. This is Jan.
Hi, Jan. I just adopted a new best friend, and I'm looking for a Toyota so we can make the most out of summer.
With a new RAV4, you can take your pup for a drive up the coast. You can take a Prius to the park for some tug-of-war. Or you can take a Tundra to kayak at a remote lake.
One problem, Jan.
Oh?
My new best friend's a cat.
Your summer starts here, but it all ends June 3rd. Toyota, let's go places. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
The plumbing experts at Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating are here to help. Whether you've got leaky pipes, a clogged drain, or a water heater disaster, Hutchinson has your back. And right now, get $50 off any plumbing repair. Same-day service, expert technicians, and a job done right the first time. Need a plumber today? Visit HutchComfort.com, and Hutchinson's help is on the way.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-688-6641.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood and at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey.
Alan Iverson, Cole Hamels, Joel Embiid. My dad set this up. This was actually a gift to us to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. Come see it. It's amazing.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic on June 29th and the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Hi, this is Don Giordano. You don't want to miss out on the Memorial Sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles, get 2 free Memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites. Save big with Rescue rollback pricing and generous free bottle offers, whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief. Everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483 and speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the Memorial deals are going on now through May 30th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli, afternoons 3 till 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
She turned away, what was she looking at? She was a sour girl the day that she met me.
7 o'clock. Welcome back in. Hour number 2 underway on this Monday morning. Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. We got so many good things to get to today. We'll probably only get to like 65% of it, per the usual. But that's a good thing. A lot of stuff that will carry over into a Tuesday edition of Kayal and Company. We'll get to this Veep conversation, Nikki Haley, Doug Burgum. But first, let's get to the news, round number 2. And for that, we give you the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. This Monday, May 13th, we are warming up. Well, so far, we're nearly 50 degrees this morning, and we'll be warming up further to 74 degrees. We are sponsored this morning by United Tire in Kayal and Company News Live. In the news today, we have Philadelphia police as they search for other suspects in a situation where we had an officer injured. This was an off-duty officer who was targeted as a crime victim, so it looks like he was not, perhaps they didn't realize that the victim they were targeting was actually an off-duty officer. So one guy was arrested accused of assaulting and robbing this off-duty Philadelphia police officer. North Philadelphia happened yesterday morning, about 7:15 in the morning. Off-duty officer assaulted, then robbed, and the guy got away with his personal firearm. Happened at 2100 West Oxford Street. So during that, the officer did manage to disarm the suspect, then fire the attacker's weapon in self-defense. Suspect then gets away in a black BMW sedan. No word if that was a stolen vehicle. And then we had the police searching for this guy. So after a long search for many hours, they were able to catch one of those suspects. However, it looks like there are other suspects in connection with the assault, in connection with the robbery, and it looks like that off-duty officer is going to be okay. I mean, survive physically, emotionally, pretty upsetting.
I'd be curious to know, and I know we have a strong police presence that listens to this show. I would love to know what, and I don't know if there's any way to confirm this, what percentage of off-duty officers carry a firearm with them? I would think a significant amount, but I'd be curious to know because that might have very well saved this guy's life, on top of the fact that he was able to disarm the suspect of his own weapon. So
that's well put. Yeah, I mean, at the very least, it just shows you if that had not been an officer who's trained,
right?
Likely
dead today.
That's the scary piece of it.
Yeah.
We have in the news. I know we'll talk about this further, so I'll headline it for you. That's since we're talking about police. A Pennsylvania state police trooper who we spoke a lot about in the news, who had arrested the director of Philadelphia's Office of LGBTQ+IA Affairs, as well as that individual's husband. That state police trooper is confirmed to, quote, no longer be employed by the agency. That from state police, from a spokesperson who confirmed this late on Friday, but they've refused to release any further details. No comment, saying they do not comment on personnel matters. And they're not officially releasing the trooper's name, although at some point the trooper's name was released.
Mm-hmm.
And we had said it because it was publicly released. They are saying they and the state police are not confirming that trooper's name.
They're not confirming it. We've got the story here right from Fox 29.
Yeah. Steve Keeley, I think, broke the story.
Yeah. Philadelphia police. Okay, no, this is Lieutenant Adam Reed said the trooper no longer works for the agency. Didn't we say this when this story happened a couple of months ago, that this was likely going to be the outcome, that this officer picked the wrong day and the wrong individual to be involved with? Because remember, actually, we have the video, correct? Do we want to play this now?
Sure.
This was this was it's either 2 or 3. K3. This was the encounter with the state trooper in
March
Philadelphia.
2nd.
What was this, on the Vine, right?
Yep.
676?
Well, I guess at one point it was on the Vine, but then it was I-76 westbound. So I'm not sure exactly, because remember we debated that issue as well. But they officially said the traffic stop officially was on I-76 west.
Okay.
March 2nd.
Okay.
Saturday.
This was the footage. We have the audio and the video for those on YouTube. Take a listen and watch this.
That is my husband. That's my husband. That's my husband, please.
It's okay, baby.
That is my husband.
I don't know why you're doing this. It's okay. Go, baby. It's okay.
Don't worry about it. I'm going to get hit. Do not. I work for the mayor. I work for the mayor.
Go.
I work for the mayor.
Go. Please just stop. No. It's because I'm black.
Would you please?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Turn around. Turn around. No. Give me your hand. Or you're dead, kid. Stay right there. I am. I can't go anywhere.
What is happening?
Selena, it's okay, man.
Don't worry. Well, I don't know why this is happening.
okay.
Stay
It's okay.
calm. We ain't done nothing
I
wrong.
know. It's fine.
We ain't done nothing.
It's
He
fine.
just punched me.
I saw
He just
everything.
punched me.
I saw everything. I hope you're thinking yours. Just stop. It's okay.
What is going on?
All right, and of course, Selena Morrison, the executive director of the city's Office of LGBT Affairs, and of course, a part of the Sherelle Parker administration. And we said, boy, this officer, he just checked off the wrong bingo box of like 3 different boxes here. And we said that this was going to be the result of what happened. The thing that bothers me the most is when any individual starts resisting arrest and the officer has to get more forceful, and then when these incidents are caught on audio or video, the hysteria and the way people start screaming, like, we need to start negating and not factoring that into a decision one way or the other on whether an officer used the right amount of force or too much force, because we've just now live in this world, in this post George Floyd world, where the moment you have an interaction with a cop, we all just lose our mind and start yelling like a nut job. Like, I'm done for people in a decision-making role should not factor in somebody's hysteria, because now it's just people are just trained. Oh my God, he hit me. I can't breathe. Stop resisting arrest. Then it's not an option. Okay, it's not. It's not like, well, if you'd like to resist arrest, you can do that. Yeah, I guess technically you could, and then the cop has the right to do what he needs to do to get the situation under control.
So the state police trooper, I'll just remind you, who was the arresting officer, had just graduated from the academy, and what was given a leadership award, was a top cadet, and just graduated, I believe, late summer, early fall, to my recollection. So I'll be honest, I had hoped with this whole thing that at the very least they would have said, you know what, this is a recent graduate, so we're gonna look at our training. Maybe that was their out. To me, they had an out. They could have said, we're going to review our training, because our training says that if somebody does a traffic stop and they are ambushed, in other words, another vehicle pulls up.
The husband was behind the officer, right? If I recall correctly, the officer pulled over, I forget her name now, I just tossed my paper away.
So and this was, by the way, the first, hailed as the first trans married couple or something in the LGBT. There was some title that was given to this. So, so Selena, who is the official,
Selena
right,
Morrison
is the person driving a vehicle with multiple problems, license plate, sticker, whatever. There were multiple issues to pull this person over. The darkened windows.
Mm-hmm.
So that was that the officer couldn't see the ethnicity or anything of the individual.
Right.
The officer's pulling over that person. Another car then pulls up behind the officer while the officer's out of his vehicle and, getting the information from individual number one. Has no idea if they're together at this point, whatever.
Right.
Now turns, sees somebody coming up from behind and says, please get in your vehicle.
Yeah.
Which is protocol. That's how they're trained.
Absolutely.
That person refuses. So the part of the problem here is that the officer, the state troopers we learned, didn't have body cams.
Yeah.
They do now.
I mean, it's 2024. Every force across the country needs to have body cam footage for the sake of protecting officers and making sure that they get their fair shake and their due, their just due when these matters go to a court proceeding. And you mentioned the tinted windows preventing you to see who the suspect is. You don't know if they're male, female, black, white, or whatever. But also, when those windows are tinted, and you've seen these tinted windows where they're really blacked out, I mean, you can't see anything inside. You have no idea what that driver has in his hand. You have no idea if he has a gun, a knife, or anything.
No, it's rainy, it's dark. So my advice to all law enforcement, if somebody is saying, if somebody gives you a hint that they're in the LGBTQ plus IA, whatever, any community, get back in your cruiser, call for backup. Sit. I don't care if that person has an Uzi. Get your butt back in your vehicle.
Yes.
If they're seriously, because this is what's going to happen. It becomes politicized and you look like whatever. Get back in your cruiser. Call for the LGBTQ plus IA Special Task Force.
Order them a pizza and food so they're not malnourished.
Yep, you want some mimosas? We'll just sit here on the side of the road, and you get the Special Task Force to deal with the situation. Because if you follow protocol and you follow your training, you're going to get fired even if you just graduated at the top of your class. What does that tell you for our recruitment?
Yep.
Boom.
Now you wonder why people don't want to be officers. Given zero benefit. Zero.
It's so the union obviously has blasted this and they're fighting it. I'll just point out to you that this is the union that endorsed Governor Josh Shapiro. They endorsed him. And so this is what you got.
And oh, by the way, too, why body cam footage and dashboard cameras are so important. You saw once that officer left the husband and came for Selena, she ended up dropping her phone. So all you do is hear hysteria. The phone's face down into the concrete. You have no visual of what's going on now. Now, if you have dashboard cams and body cams, regardless of somebody with a cell phone trying to live stream or record it, now you have almost uninterrupted video confirmation of how the encounter plays out the whole way.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out if there was anything with protocol-wise, but like I say, because he was such a recent graduate.
Yeah.
I just think they had a benefit of the doubt. They could have said, this is a recent graduate. We're going to tweak our training and we're going to retrain this person. Or they could have said that. But to fire somebody because of a traffic stop when there were multiple violations. So the union, you know what's going to happen. The union is already appealing this.
Right.
And in every one of these cases, when the union appeals it, they go through a year or two and then they get reinstated.
But you don't get those 2 years back, though.
Well, he'll get back pay.
No, I know, but you just don't get those 2 years of your life
Yeah,
back.
this is true.
The public smearing,
Yep, you're
the
dragged
columns,
through
the
it.
TV shows, the radio shows, labeling you, blah, blah, blah. Yep.
And in the meantime, then if there's somebody who really is ambushing an officer, there's that saying, he who hesitates is lost. What you're doing is you're making law enforcement you're making them hesitate.
Yeah.
And that second or fraction of seconds
Could cost them their lives.
Yeah.
Yep. I agree.
Boom. There it is. I lost my place. you got me fired up, Nick Kayal.
I'm sorry.
It's only 7:13.
Me and my fat mouth.
I'm all Dayquil'd up here. We have Bob Menendez. So I know everybody's talking about the Trump trial in Manhattan, Michael Cohen, and that will be 9:30 this morning, generally speaking. So we have that going on, but as well, we do have Senator Bob Menendez of New Jersey, and that jury selection gets underway this morning. The big headline in that one is that because, and this was a smart move, if you will, a tactical move, the Menendez attorneys split up the husband and wife because his wife, Nadine, goes on trial, in July. So he is going to, in part, put the blame on his wife and say she was doing these things.
The bee set me up.
Yep.
What was that? That was Marion Barry.
The bee set me up.
That's a hoot. So we'll watch for that one. I know, it's just our crazy universe.
It's just he's really gonna let his wife take the fall for this.
Yes.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
It's amazing how Bob Menendez even landed that lady as his wife. You look at Bob Menendez and you're like, this little unimpressive Oompa Loompa.
She's like this tall blonde.
Yeah. He completely outkicked his coverage. I guess when you have gold bars, you can do that.
It's
allegedly.
Allegedly, yes. I was referring to his cell phone service. He had gold bars. He had 5 bars. You hear me now?
Yeah. This is a good one. I love it. I get it now. Prosecutors with the Office of the U.S. Attorney of the Southern District of New York, they're the ones who indicted the couple, as well as 3 businessmen who allegedly bribed the pair in September of last year. And so this has to do with, they're taking it all the way back to Egypt, saying that essentially he sold out his country for about $500,000 in bribes. That's the allegation for favors to folks from connections to Egypt. And so that was the foreign relations connection on that one. So we're watching all of this. United Tire sponsors us. So if you drive a car, you want it to last and not cost you a ton in the long run, get your car to United Tire and get the service you need. Visit one of their 10 locations across our region. Visit UnitedTire.com, UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. It looks like it'll be a partly sunny 74-degree day today. That's the forecast. And as far as our Phils, we lost to the Marlins, a rather frustrating game. But the Phils lost to the Fish, as I say, in extra innings, 7-6, still having the best record in the MLB. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Phillies Mets coming up tonight with a series in New York. Phil Almquist will probably be on his way to that game as well.
He saw Neil Young last night.
Wow.
In Camden. I mean, I don't know.
I either need to see the pay stubs of Phil Almquist or find out what his wife does for a living. This guy lives a better life than Trump.
He does.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
Good work, buddy.
He's always going places.
YOLO, as they say. You only live once. 855-839-1210. Nikki Haley off the list. And did Trump let the cat out of the bag? The details are next. But first, some details from the Piazza Auto Group. All right, guys, gals, you've been looking for that luxury car your entire life. Maybe you've been saving well before Bidenomics started to destroy the economy, and you're getting ready for, maybe a BMW, a Lexus. How about this? How about a Mercedes-Benz C300 Coupe? That's right. That was the vehicle that I just test drove just about a month ago tomorrow at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester. And wow, is this Benz beautiful. Sleek and stylish on the outside, but packed with advanced technology on the inside. And the touchscreen interface and AI voice recognition are sure to impress. You can legitimately have a conversation with the car, and it's going to answer your every question. It's like Siri or Alexa inside of a Benz. The 2024 C300 features a turbocharged 2-liter 4-cylinder engine with 255 horsepower. It's available today for your test drive at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. Shop online, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Nick sent you.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriati, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Listen to every MLB game live.
In the deep left center field, it is high, it is far, it is gone.
Stream minor league affiliates.
The Midwest League home run leader.
And watch the best baseball highlights and look-ins on MLB Big Inning. MLB At Bat is your all-in-one live baseball subscription for only $3.99 per month.
Deep left field, it's gonna go. Alvarez ties the game.
Subscribe to At Bat within the MLB app today. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
The South 9th Street Italian Market Festival presented by Deer Park and Turo. May 18th and 19th from 11 till 5. Fitzwater to Wharton Streets. Over 100 vendors of food, beverages, crafts, souvenirs, music, and activities. Visit ItalianMarketFestival.com.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, and a member FDIC.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Did you know you can stream Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app? Just download the free Odyssey app and search for Fox News Radio to hear the voices you trust. Brian Kilmeade.
Why are we so scared of Iran thinking they were at war with them?
Guy Benson.
Get the bleep out of here. It's disgusting.
Jimmy Fallon.
Then this administration rolled into town with a checkbook.
Are all on the free Odyssey app. From the news and talk to keep you informed and up to date during election season. Listen to Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
You know, this is the absolute worst time of year to be dealing with joint pain because the weather is breaking. Everybody's getting out today, whether it's golfing, going out, jogging, working out. And that joint pain is keeping you from doing everything you love to do. Am I right here? If you're tired of those achy joints, I want you to call my friends at QC Kinetics before you ever agree to things like surgery or steroids or medications. Patrick loves to golf like our own Nick Kayal, although Patrick definitely wears his sunscreen. Patrick couldn't even walk because of that horrible knee pain. But after his QC Kinetics regenerative treatments for his knees, Patrick is back and has the best handicap he's seen in 15 years. How does that sound? I'd love to be talking about your story next, where you were able to get lasting relief, no downtime. Don't wait to call QC Kinetics 215-999-3000. Get that free consultation, 215-999-3000. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, as we are live here on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Cut sheet in just about 20 minutes exactly. You know, very interesting news as we wrapped up the week when it comes to Donald Trump and his vice president, Nikki Haley, Doug Burgum. Let's get to both, and we'll get to what Trump said Saturday in Wildwood. So the report came out, I believe it was at some point on Friday, where Nikki Haley, and this is according to Axios, where they say, well, that was fast. A day after sources told Axios, multiple sources, by the way, two sources telling Axios that Nikki Haley was under active consideration by Donald Trump's campaign to be his running mate. Trump has stepped in and nixed the idea, saying, quote, Nikki Haley is not under consideration for the VP slot, but I wish her well, end quote, Trump said on Truth Social. So this is fascinating. He signed it DJT, by the way, making clear that it was his personal message and not the administration's, that according to Axios as well. The GOP rivals' relationship, according to sources, remains chilly, but the sources said that Trump could pick Haley if he were convinced that she would help him win the presidency, avoid a potential prison sentence, and cover tens of millions in legal bills if he loses. Oh, and if she could do his laundry as well and make some dinners for him and everything else.
By the way, the more I'm thinking about it, because I saw that report too, and then I saw he
she's not doing anybody's laundry.
There's no upside for him picking her as the VP because
really,
no,
I'm stunned that you say that.
There's no Nikki Haley base. All of the people who are voting for Nikki Haley are just voting against Trump. It could be a wall, and they would still vote for it over Nikki Haley.
Yeah, but I think it works both ways. There's people that would just vote for a wall over maybe the wall at the southern border as well. Yeah, but we'll go with that. Could be a wall. But then there's also the people in the Trump camp. It is early. The Trump camp, like if you're a diehard Trump supporter, Trump could Trump could nominate his running mate to be Doink the Clown.
Oh, that'd be great.
And it wouldn't matter.
Who? The original Matt Bourne.
A wrestling reference. But like it's just one of these things where like we have to, like, I think everybody have to finally come to the realization and tell you and say where you stand. Either the VP matters or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, then okay, then it's just, for optics. But if it's about finding somebody that can help you win a swing state or reach a sliver of the base or the voters out there that are independent, the 1 or 2% out there, maybe 5% of people that are still on the fence that could be swayed one way or the other. If you think this is a close election this fall, then I would say that the Veep does matter. So according to Axios, Republicans close to both campaigns believe it's in Haley's and Trump's mutual interests to reconcile despite their bitter fight in the primary. It's exactly what I said on Friday when everybody on YouTube tried to yell at me. Okay. A reconciliation with Haley, his former ambassador, could also help Trump attract some of the college-educated Republicans who have kept voting for her in primaries even after she dropped out. In Indiana's primary on Tuesday, Haley got more than 20% of the vote. Now, we know it's an open primary, so that number of real Republicans is probably well lower than 20%. But it could also be to the advantage of others as well. She hasn't endorsed Trump yet, and if she continues to withhold her support and Trump loses in November, significant parts of the GOP conservative base could blame her. That likely would threaten any future presidential campaign or any future in GOP politics for Nikki Haley. I think I said that as well, almost verbatim on Friday. But what do I know? I just whistled Dixie out of my ass. So let's look at this with
that's
Nikki
a talent.
Yes. I'm just out here spitballing, right? What was that
What
one
else
guy
can you
said?
whistle?
All you do is echo Sean Hannity. Dude, I hate Sean Hannity's show. I don't even listen to that garbage, and that's why that show's going off the station.
The Twitter have the Twitter trolls got
I just see all the
under your
messages.
skin?
I just see all the messages. Occasionally I gotta just play whack-a-mole and jab back. But here's the thing. If Nikki Haley, and to me it should be a very simple conversation. If you evaluate and assess the situation and think that Nikki Haley can make the difference, if you think Nikki Haley is the best Veep out there for whatever reason, because she's a minority, which she is. I know people look at her like, oh, they just think she's a white lady. She's not. She's a minority, and she's also a female. If you think Nikki Haley gives you the best chance to win, then you make her the VP. If you think it's Ron DeSantis, if you think it's Vivek Ramaswamy, if you think it's Tulsi Gabbard, Doug Burgum, whoever, if it matters and you think that person can give you the last little bump you might need, then you go for it. This is not rocket science. But I want to play you this clip from Trump because a lot of people have been talking about this man, and we're talking about North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, who has been really kind of just one of these dark horse candidates that I think has gained a lot of momentum and is becoming a real possibility. And maybe, just maybe, Donald Trump let the cat out of the bag Saturday at Wildwood. Listen and watch this clip right here.
Doug Burgum and Catherine, who's been, it's just an incredible couple. And you won't find anybody better than this gentleman in terms of his knowledge of, he made his money in technology, but he probably knows more about energy than anybody I know. So get ready for something, okay? Just get ready. But Doug Burgum has been incredible, and the country's lucky to have him.
Wow.
I mean, get ready, be on standby. Doug, don't cool off. We need you warming up in the bullpen at any moment.
Trump Burgum?
I mean, I don't know that it's the best possibility. I don't know that it's the best combination. It wouldn't be my first choice. But if Trump believes
it would
this
be
is
my
the
10th
guy,
choice.
Well, I mean, he's a successful governor. The South Dakota governor has shot herself in the foot. She's killed dogs. She's doubled down.
I was going to say, or shot a dog in the head.
Let herself on fire. She's totally nuked her career. I don't know, Dawn. Are you buying Burgum? I think Burgum was a guy that you thought had you thought he had a chance a couple of months ago.
I think that he'll be in the cabinet. I liked him during the presidential debates. I think that he was, particularly when he talked about energy. He relates to Trump because he's a billionaire. He's a very wealthy billionaire businessman who fairly recently got into the political ring.
Yep.
But you know what? When we look at these things here, we're mid-May. Think about Friday and think about everything that happened just since Friday morning. So, to me, the RNC, GOP, when is that? In July?
Yep.
That's going to seem like 10 years from now.
July 15th.
Right?
Yep.
And so I simply think that right now they're saying Tulsi 9-1, Tim Scott 5-1, Burgum 8-1, Marco Rubio 12-1. All the betting sites looking at all the stats. I just think that Trump is going to pick whoever he thinks he needs. And whoever he picks, they're going to say yes.
Yep.
Nobody is going to say no. Nobody.
The main reason that I've thrown out the females as what that would be my top choice, whoever that might be, whether it's Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Elise Stefanik, Tulsi Gabbard, Nikki Haley, is I just look at the abortion issue being a major albatross for Trump and Republicans moving forward. And if you can get a female that can craft the right message and maybe chop into that deficit, I think that could, in fact, be the difference. But, you know, if you think Doug Burgum's the right choice, I like the fact that he's a business guy. He's an outsider. He's not a swamp hack. He's not a career politician. We know Trump, one of his main platforms beyond just the economy and the border is energy independence. And you heard Trump in that clip say Doug Burgum knows more about energy than basically anybody. So, again, it doesn't have to be the trendy pick. It could be the under-the-radar people like a Doug Burgum. My only concern is if we're playing these, you know, identity politics games, does Doug Burgum, for the casual political observer, do anything to excite you further for Trump or to get you to vote for Trump? Like, we already know that some of these states are Trump states, whether it's North Dakota or South Carolina or Florida. We haven't really heard anybody in the swing state category be mentioned for VP. North Carolina, although Trump's going to win that. So you're looking at Georgia, you're looking at Arizona, you're looking at Nevada. But it's really probably going to come down to, because I think those three states I just mentioned are probably going to go to Trump. This election is going to come down to Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. And that's where Trump has either a narrow lead or is losing in some polls.
By the way, just because Trump says that she's not in consideration or whatever the phrasing that he used does not mean that he won't pick her. Right. So, like, as we know in politics, it's like, what's you know, what I say one day is not what I say another day. So,
sure.
I could definitely see him picking her if even though he said he wouldn't.
It feels to me like they're almost playing a game of chicken. Like, you know, that game of chicken where you have, like, somebody's driving towards you and you're driving towards them and somebody's got to veer off to avoid the collision.
Yeah.
We're just waiting to see who makes the first move. Does Nikki Haley endorse Trump, or does Trump reach out and maybe he has, maybe he hasn't? But think about all these different reports, and this is why you take all of this with a grain of salt. You know, we heard the reports that Trump reached out to Bobby Kennedy and inquired about him being the vice president. And I think usually the way these things work is it's usually somebody in the camp that has something to benefit from. So I would argue that probably Nikki Haley's camp put this report out, Trump doused it. RFK put out his report, Trump doused it. But, you know, that's just my gut feeling. You could be the Trump camp putting and leaking this just to see what the reaction is from your base.
Yeah, I think he is testing the waters.
You could be doing that.
I always go here, so I'm just going to mention it again.
Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Oh, no.
No, I do love Sarah. You know I love Sarah. I'm a huge Sarah Huckabee Sanders fan, and you all know that. Yeah. But I'm going to no. What I was going to say was Pew Research Center says that an estimated 36.2 million Hispanics are eligible to vote this year, and that's up by 4 million more. So 32.3 million voted in 2020. Now, coming up in November, 36.2 million.
That should scare the Biden camp.
Yes, you're exactly right. That Trump support, and that was a New York Times put that out there, that the polls had shown that Trump support among Hispanic voters has grown. And even Unidos, these are different Hispanic media sites saying that Hispanic voters are going for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And so that vote is a huge vote that I think we're not talking enough about. We're looking at abortion. We're looking at women. I think those numbers are where they are. I don't see those as changing. When you look at a huge infusion, if you will, the Hispanic vote matters, and we'll see how that goes, because I know Biden, the Biden administration thinks that they're getting the Hispanic vote. I don't know that that's true.
I mean, you could probably still argue they'll get the majority, but it's not a massive majority. I'm reading one report here that Trump is now around 30% with black voters. So obviously Biden is still going to get 7 out of 10, if that's true. But even if Biden wins the Hispanic vote, I don't know, 55-45 or somewhere in that margin.
He's not getting 30% of the black vote. He's just not. Just get that out of your head. He's
What
not.
do you think's more? What do you think's the more?
He'll get about 15. What did he get last time?
12.
15.
So he went from 6 in 16 to 12 in 20 to anywhere now from 15 to 30. Let's just widen up the range, low end to high end. I still think it's probably, and look, we're splitting hairs here. I think it's 20-25%, but it could be enough. I mean, we're talking again.
All you need is a little here, a little there.
Right.
I'm not discounting it. I'm just saying that all of these polls say 30, 40. He's going to win me but no, he's not.
Think about what you're talking about.
He just needs to pick off numbers here, though.
Just pluck a little here and there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right, but think about what you're talking about. What Greg is saying, that if you're in a GOP war room and you're talking about, okay, what about the black vote? What about the women's vote? And you're looking at these slim margins, but then look at the Hispanic vote, and that was the Pew study. All these different studies say that the number of Latino voters has grown by at least 12%. It's about 4 million people more in the Latino community are eligible to vote in this election that we know.
Which is why I don't need Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio could be the best guy, but if you're looking at cutting into the margins when it comes to Hispanics, blacks, or females, to me, you're doing the best. Out of those three, you're doing the best with the Hispanic vote. So I don't think Marco Rubio would be the guy that makes the most sense to me. I would go for a female or an African-American if you believe that puts you over the top. If you believe it's Doug Burgum, knock yourself out. I don't have anything against Doug Burgum. It just feels like, and I know he's a totally different guy. There's very few things that you could say Doug Burgum and Mike Pence have in common other than the fact of the political aisle and maybe some religious stuff. It feels low energy to me. Like Doug Burgum just is like, Doug Burgum feels and sounds like North Dakota probably is to live in that state. It doesn't move the needle for me, but it might be the best option.
He would be a fantastic, head of the energy secretary. That's where I would see him.
Yeah. Oh, and I have no problem if he's in a cabinet for sure.
He's fantastic. He's a businessman and he gets it. So.
All right. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. That's the phone number. Cut sheet coming up in just about 5 minutes. Kayal and Company back after this.
We talk about the kitchen, even the kitchen table this weekend, sitting at the kitchen table. It is the heart of my home. And whether it's with immediate family, why does everybody always end up when you have people over? Everybody ends up in the kitchen. And that's why I think of any room in the house, if I'm going to redo a room, it's my kitchen. So if you need a little magic in the kitchen, you need Kitchen Magic. My friends, and they're right here in Pennsylvania. They're local. They do an incredible job for sure. KitchenMagic.com is what you want to look at. But Kitchen Magic, I mean, they're a company that has been around for many years, since the late 70s. And if you're tired of that old kitchen or bathroom, it's just outdated, you need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home, but especially that kitchen, the bathroom. They also do new vanities, a tub shower conversion. You're going to love that new bathroom, plus an industry-leading warranty, 10-year recipient of the Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Yeah, they're local. And right now, Kitchen Magic is offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your entire remodel. So get your free in-home consultation. Get this on the calendar today. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Tom Herr, and this is Susan Herr, Norvon, Pennsylvania.
Being with Crash Proof is like being in a big family. We know there's a lot of other people out there just like us, and everyone's very happy.
Yeah, they're not sad.
They're not sad. I mean, we come in and we know our money's safe and it's continuing to grow.
The Crash Proof system is fighting inflation for us. When prices do go up, we still have income coming in. And with the Crash Proof system, we made just under 7%. Even though we're using money, we're still making more money. And at the end, we have more money than we started with.
We have those resources to make our life and retirement much more comfortable.
And we can sleep at night.
Yes, definitely.
Only Crash-Proof Retirement can guarantee peace of mind in a legally binding, recorded financial meeting. Register for our next event happening at the Washington Crossing Inn on May 15th. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300. Or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies. And we can probably help you, too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
Hi, this is Don Giordano. Attention homeowners, there's a storm brewing in the real estate market. Are you prepared to navigate these turbulent waters? My great friend Diane Cardano invites you to an eye-opening event you don't want to miss. That'll cut through the noise, clarify what's really happening. I'll be joining Diane live and on Zoom tomorrow night at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington at 6 p.m. to dive into the new NAR regulations. Things like, is your home's value at risk? Whether the market will crash? How rising government spending and high interest rates will affect your assets, and discover Diane's latest techniques for pricing and staging your home to maximize profit. It's going to be a really informative evening. You can enjoy a glass of wine, some cheese, and appetizers. Most importantly, gain insights on the real estate market. Join Diane and me at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington tomorrow night. There's a couple of spaces left, so RSVP at DianeCardano.com or call 215-576-8666, 215-576-8666.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
I heard you hired a CFO for your business. How did you afford that?
Easy. I hired Style CFO Services. They do everything a full-time CFO does. Cash flow forecasts, custom financial reports. Our profitability has skyrocketed. They even helped me get ready for our audit.
I bet they're really expensive.
You wouldn't believe how affordable they are. They will even do a 21-point assessment of your finances for free.
For free? How do I sign up?
Just go to stylescfo.com.
Stylescfo.com?
Yep, that's STILES CFO.com.
Today, everyone is trying to eat healthier and eat more fresh foods. Well, that also goes for your four-legged friends. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you are not aware of the new generation of fresh food diets available for your four-legged friends, then you are missing out. At Dogs and Cats Rule, we carry a wide-ranging selection of fresh foods that includes raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, and baked. To learn more, visit any of our 7 locations. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Make up your mind. Decide to walk with me around the lake tonight. Around the lake tonight. By my side.
Kayal & Company, always by your side. No matter where you go, on the radio, on the app, on YouTube, Spotify, iTunes. If you can't get us, you're not trying.
Whole lot of people got us on Friday.
I heard.
Trump interview.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good to have everybody in as we roll on. 7:45 here on this Monday morning. A lot to get to after the cut sheet, including a very interesting column on where have all the free speech defenders gone when it comes to these college campus protests. We'll get to that. Also, what happened for Jerry Seinfeld over the weekend at a Duke commencement speech when it comes to Gaza and college protesters. So all of that's still on the table this morning, including a Planet Fitness update. But right now, let's get to another installment of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Monday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith Yosef and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out over at 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Thank you, Cherry Hill Volvo, for sponsoring the ever-important Monday edition, the weekend edition.
It's always my favorite edition, personally.
Is it?
Yeah, I like hearing all the maniacs from mainstream media on the Sunday shows.
Well, we're going to start where you started this morning, Kayal.
Okay.
In Wildwood, New Jersey, Donald Trump with a historic rally there over the weekend. The totals are a little 100,000, 80,000, 40,000, 30,000, 20,000. It was a lot of people.
It was.
You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, any amount that's over 10,000 for a president, a former president, is historic.
I'd love to know, too, for the people that live within, 15, 20 miles of this station right now. Not just in our listening area, but like physically within this 15-mile radius of this station. If you left Saturday night and you didn't have a hotel and you didn't stay over, I'd love to know how long it took you to get out of that area.
Well, I'm thinking because the temperature literally dropped when the sun went down, I'm thinking a lot of people probably left early. Because he spoke for 90 minutes.
It was long.
Yeah.
It was long. Yeah.
And there was a lot of people on... we had a lot of people that were there really early Saturday morning. Some even went down Friday night. So maybe they found a bar like Mulligan's to go to. By the way, thank you to Johnny Z. Johnny Z and his beautiful wife Pam, who hosted us down there for the Trump rally. Mulligan Shore Bar. If you go to Wildwood, that should be your destination because there are really good people that work there. Thank you, Johnny Z.
Yes.
All right, so Trump started off. I'm starting off here with cut 9, Phil, where he says that New Jersey is officially in play.
Okay. Stalker disagrees.
Cut 9, Phil, go.
Thank you very much, Wildwood. Thank you. We love Wildwood. We've been here many times. We love this place. And there's nowhere else I'd rather be. This beautiful evening. It is a nice one, right? And right here on the Jersey Shore at the world-famous Wildwood Boardwalk. Great place. With thousands of proud, hard-working American patriots. As you can see today, we're expanding the electoral map because we are going to officially play in the state of New Jersey. We're going to win the state of New Jersey. A great group of people with us, an incredible group of people. We're also looking really great in the state of Minnesota, which hasn't been won since 1952, and we're leading in the polls.
There you go.
Hasn't won Minnesota since 1952. Okay, so I don't think New Jersey is in play. But I would say this, for a man who has to spend so much of his freaking time in courtrooms, if you are limited, and look, this was awesome, great site, everything about it, loved every bit of it. I was tweeting my fingers off on Saturday night.
Fingers off.
Yes, and my fingers were already hurting from golf. But I'm a dedicated man.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. I would spend the limited time I have, and Dawn, you even mentioned this in the interview when you told Trump that he always has a platform here, and he's only able to get out once or twice a week to be on the campaign trail. I would literally set up shop and just rotate between these 3 states: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
Yep.
And then I'd come back, Wisconsin, PA, Michigan.
Yep.
And just those are I would literally remember how Nikki Haley, it felt like she lived in New Hampshire for a year straight. Remember her, Nikki and Chris Sununu just camping out in New Hampshire, desperately trying to win New Hampshire? I would just make that my sole mission in life these next 5.5, 6 months. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. It's going to come down to those 3, I think.
More from Trump. Millions of people in blue states are joining our movement. This is cut 6. Phil, go.
Many other states. I don't know. It could be all of them. This guy's so damn bad. It could be all of them. He's so bad, I think we're going to win them all. All across America, millions of people in so-called blue states are joining our movement based on love, intelligence, and a thing called common sense. And no one has more common sense than the tough, strong, incredible, brilliant people of New Jersey. I love New Jersey. I love New Jersey. I'm here all the time. Whether you're a Republican, conservative, independent, or even a registered Democrat, I'm asking for your help in saving America. Our country's in trouble, it's in big trouble. We've never been in trouble. We'll end up in World War III. These guys are.
Yeah, common sense, not so common these last 3.5 years with all these absurd policies from the Biden administration. But I'm glad he brought up blue states. I thought about this over the weekend. I'd love to know, for all the amount of people that have left a blue state since the pandemic started and relocated to a red state, or even kind of after the pandemic settled down, let's say it's 2022 and you left a blue state for a red state. I would just love to know how many of those people will still vote Democrat despite relocating to said red state. Because it always seems to me like there's a lot of people that leave New York or California or Illinois or Pennsylvania and they relocate to Arizona or Georgia or Tennessee or Florida, and a good amount of those people still vote Democrat, which is why you've seen Georgia shade purple, which is why there's so many Democrats in Nashville. I've never been able to put my finger on why you would leave a blue state if you publicly say, I can't take the policies anymore, and then go to a red state, but still vote Democrat. It makes no sense to me, right?
Yep. He called out the media because he said that there's people behind the media that couldn't see, and he says that we should they should have moved and let the fans get up closer, which is always you know what I love about these Trump rallies is they turn into mid to late 90s ECW matches where it's just people chanting. You know what I mean? Like,
it does take on a wrestling crowd vibe, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah.
Everybody who got inside, said how much fun they had.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And they said it was fun if you were, still outside because a lot of people got there early but couldn't get in.
Yeah.
But then everybody inside was like, oh, my God, I'm so glad I made it inside.
Well, that's
it was so much fun.
That's what happened to my sister and brother-in-law up in Schwenksville. They got there at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon for the 7 o'clock rally. They had the invite or the ticket or the confirmation or whatever you get for attending, and they couldn't get in. They waited for 5 hours to get in. Luckily, they lived 10 minutes away, so it wasn't that big of a waste. But imagine driving 2.5 hours to Wildwood and then not be able to get in.
Well, that's why the Muldoon's thing was pretty cool because a lot of people ended up at Muldoon's with, I'm sorry. I'm saying Muldoon's for another reason, sorry. But at Mulligan's because at least you had somewhere else, where everybody was gathering and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That was a fun Freudian slip.
Cut 7, Phil, go.
Thank you.
See what I mean?
You can't even see the back.
Everybody
There's
with
so
signs.
many people here. There's so many people here. Man, over 100,000 people. If this was supposed to be, they thought they'd hit 40. So they more than doubled it. But you can't even see the end. I wish we didn't have the press here. I wish we moved them the hell back so they'd have, because they can't see in the back. I always tell the press, turn your cameras around to show the audience, okay? They never do it. Look, fake news. They never do it. They never do it. Oh my God! They're saying turn around. It is true. It's, I don't know why. Even the ones that are sort of like friendly to me aren't too many, I'd say about 7 or 8%. But they're good. They're believers. But they never turn around. And I'd love them to show the crowd as far as the eye can see. I'd love them to show, but they don't do it. And
there you go.
I mean, it's just amazing. Like, you just look at the crowd. It's if you're a college football fan, the Trump rally is like seeing an SEC football game. It's like Woodstock meets, whatever type of, big gathering. And then you look at a Biden rally. It's like the Biden rally is like watching a Big Ten game.
Again, guys, let me just be the wet blanket on everything. Rallies don't equal.
Oh, I agree.
Winning an election.
Yes.
Taylor Swift would be our next president.
Yeah.
If that was true.
And
Pink got 50,000 people in the Atlantic City.
Did she really?
Yes. So, I'm just saying this is just
And
Relax
also, too,
with all of this, guys.
there's also those that travel the country for Trump rallies. So just because there's, let's say,
There's also these things called mail-in ballots that emerged.
Yeah. There's, you have these individuals that will literally go around the country to rallies. I'd like to go to one, but I'm not going to a rally like in Georgia. But there are some people that generally follow Trump from state to state. Like Phil Almquist will go see Billy Joel anywhere in the United States. There are people that do this.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Don. What were you saying about mail-in ballots?
Oh, nothing.
Oh.
Thoughts, Nick Kayal, on bringing Lawrence Taylor up there?
I'll tell you what, man. I got tweets about this. He had sex with an underage person and he's a cokehead. Okay. I didn't say he should be the Pope, but he was a badass football player. And when Reggie White was doing his thing, and then Reggie White heard God say to go to Green Bay.
I don't. No. You're misinterpreting what I don't care about his personal life. I mean, Wildwood is Philly country.
Yeah, that's fine.
You're bringing an ex-New York Giant on there who used to destroy the likes of Reggie White.
But that's not the point. The point is he's an icon, sports icon, who's an African-American gentleman who's saying, I used to be a Democrat and I'm not anymore.
Yes, which we played in the Big Take this morning. The good look, I think it's fine. Jersey, New York, Philly. I don't do the territorial, what constitutes Central Jersey and all this other stuff. I liked it.
Wendy Parsons asked, why weren't you there, meaning me, to see for yourself? Because I have a life and things to do on the weekends.
And a wife?
No, I would have
travel around and see people.
I would have loved to have been there. I had the tickets.
Oh, well, based on the invite that we got from Trump's camp, I wish I could have went.
But Eve, that was late. That was
gone.
late in the day on Saturday. But I'm talking about I had tickets right when I heard about it. I got the tickets and everything. I just
And my sister invited me to go to the Schwenksville
sick
one
as a dog.
a month ago.
Why are you here today if you're sick as a dog? I admit I admire your willingness to work, but why are you here today if you're sick as a dog?
I was sick Friday. We were on the field. Okay. By the way, Nick was very nicely asked me, did David make PR? He did. But it just exacerbated it, so I was in bed sick all day on Saturday.
So yes, I know. I know. LT never destroyed Reggie White. It was a joke. I didn't mean I get it.
No, I would.
Well, now you triggered the Eagle fan.
The Eagles. I'm so jealous. It was. Everybody says, especially for those who got in, they had just so much fun, time of their lives.
So what do you? I'm more concerned about your health status. Do you have a cold, or what do you have?
It's just a cold, but it was just really bad. It got really bad Friday night into all day Saturday.
Yeah,
I'm fine. I'm just saying I didn't want to because I didn't know what it was. I don't want to go in a crowd of people and get everybody, sick.
Yeah, you're just going to flatten the curve.
Sharon says, Greg, stop being a Debbie Downer. Look,
I know.
I'm just telling you. I'm telling you.
Can we just have a minute?
You
just
can.
to
You can. No, it was
fun.
Impressive.
Everybody's like,
great
oh
rally.
my God,
We had
it was
a lot
so
of
much fun.
The radio station was down there.
Yeah.
It's great. I'm
so good.
I'm thrilled.
Before you play LT, do you want me to take this call real quick, or do you want to play LT first?
No, take all.
Okay. Let's get Al in Huntington Valley. He was in Wildwood. He wants to share his experience. Al, good morning. How are you, sir?
Hey, good morning, everyone. Hey, tell Greg stop being a snowflake.
Holy! I love you, Al.
Go to work. That's what you do. Listen, I was down there. My wife, who's not political at all, actually noticed how many young kids were of voting age up there on the boardwalk wearing their First and Second Amendment starter jerseys. And it was like the 4th of July down there. 8 o'clock in the morning, they were camped out. They were driving by my house, hitting the horn at 7 in the morning, which I wasn't happy about, but it is what it is.
Nice.
Gotcha, Al. Thank you for the call. So he's got a shore home and he's down there, and hearing that at 7 o'clock in the morning as you're drinking your coffee, probably waking up, probably something you don't want to hear, but it's for a good cause, so you can deal with the maybe the little shorter sleep, as maybe you're trying to sleep in till 8:30 on a Saturday, like some of us like to do.
All right,
LT.
This is LT endorsing Trump for president. This is cut 3. Phil, go.
I just want to say, I grew up a Democrat, and I've always been a Democrat until I met this man right here. And I'll tell you what. He will not have to worry about nobody in my family ever vote for a Democrat again. Okay.
There you go. LT.
And as soon as LT wrapped that up, he did a line of blow off of a dancer's butt cheek.
Allegedly.
What a character that guy is. But no, I do, again, is it 30%? Probably not. But is it more than 2016? Yes. Is it more than 2020? I believe so. I don't know if it's 12, 15, 18, 22%. But I do think LT and Otis Anderson there, the running back from the Giants on those teams, I do believe that they are a group of people now that are starting to see how bad Joe Biden is. And I would just say this. If you're the Biden administration, you should probably stop taking for granted that you have 92% of the black vote, because you don't. So in a razor-thin election, if Trump just jumps up 4 more points with the black vote, let's just say it went from 12% to 16%. Could very 4% in a nation of 340 million is a significant number. And if an election was decided by 44,000 votes, I mean, let's just do dummy math and stupid hypotheticals on the radio, right? Because that's what we do.
Yeah.
What if Trump lost by 44,000 votes in 2020, and now there's 45,000 new black voters that he didn't have?
Of course. Absolutely.
Totally changes the thing.
100%. 100%.
We'll see.
All he needs is to pick off here, there, and you know what I mean? Like, that's literally all he needs, and he's got it in the bag. There's no question in my mind about that. Boy, the hateful people are saying that it was a disgrace that none of us were there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it was.
Why are you here then? Like, if you don't like what we did, then go away. God damn it, man! Just stop.
No, it was.
Oh,
I feel
God.
terrible that I wasn't
No,
there. I
who
wanted
cares?
to be there.
Yeah, it's Mother's Day weekend. Relax.
Oh, well, that would better Mother's Day gift than for me to go. No, I would have loved it, and I had. So I feel bad that I didn't go.
So
I fully intended to be there.
Yeah, I will. I will give my explanation again if you missed it earlier this morning. So Margot Martin is in Donald Trump's office, and she texted Stalker on Saturday because she doesn't have the cell phone number for myself or Dawn.
She does now.
Oh, she does. Oh, yes. Well, I did text her as well saying thank you for the offer. She says, will Nick and Dawn be at the rally today? President Trump would love to invite them in his photo line if so. Now, I was golfing at 10 o'clock in the morning in Skipback, and I didn't get home till almost 5 o'clock because when we got done playing around 3, I saw this text. Stalker texted us about 2:30, and I checked my phone around 3 or 3:30. I didn't get home until almost 5 o'clock. So there's no way I'm making it from Bluebell to Wildwood, New Jersey in 2 hours. But as I said earlier this morning for the crab asses on YouTube, had I have been off, sent that text at like 9 a.m., I would have texted my buddies and be like, hey, guys, sorry to do it to you, but Trump personally invited me to the rally. I'm bailing on golf. Okay, so there's your answer. Okay, because I don't have Air Force 2 on top of my apartment in Bluebell that I could get to Wildwood in 19 minutes. God.
By the way, we were there in 2020.
Yeah,
and it was a blast. It was so much fun.
Yeah.
No, and by the way, we didn't get the text until almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon, like you're saying. But it killed. So I did write to Marta. I was like, next one, I'm there, please. And she wrote back.
Same here.
She wrote back, Happy Mother's Day, absolutely. Blah,
Yeah.
blah. But no, believe me, this morning I feel like I'm.
Stop.
Oh no!
Well,
if
you would have
missing.
attended, you would not be here today. You'd be dead.
Oh no, I would be more fired up.
Really?
I would be like,
I would say you'd be more sick.
No, opposite. I just think everybody's like flying high today. I think everybody just had a blast, especially if you got in, because it was just this energy, and I think that's part of it. That no matter where you live, no matter how far you drove, the reason why do we even talk about back from the 2020 rally? It's because when you're a conservative, everywhere you go, you are conscious of the fact that you are discriminated against. That there is this weird like residue. And it's not just the media, and it's not fair. It's not right.
I thought we lived in an inclusive world.
No, we don't.
Dawn.
And it's like this whole thing. And so to be at a rally where everybody around you is fired up and is a conservative and is just letting loose, it's just the best feeling, and I think it's reinvigorating, quite frankly, and to look around and see how many ever, I don't care what the crowd count was, but to see that many individuals, whether it was 80,000 or 100,000, it's this feeling of that you're not alone, because a lot of people, I mean, there are a lot of people listening right now that they have the volume turned down, and there is this feeling like you're a conservative. It's like you
can't play this at the dentist's office. Let's put the music station on.
That's right.
And yet they put on those nasty women on The View, those overpaid hags who just can go on and on and on and put down conservative. You know what I mean? It's just so lopsided. So to be at that rally and just feel so empowered, not just about Trump, and that's what people get it wrong. They're like, oh, it's all about him. No, it really isn't. It's personal. People take this personally because in your personal life, and I think perhaps maybe women feel it a lot too, that you're at your school, your kids thing. I don't know if it's more women than men. I'm not quite sure, but I do just feel everybody who was at that rally just feels kind of reinvigorated. And I think you need that.
You just hit on a really interesting point. I do feel like, yes, if you're a Trump supporter or a Trump voter and you publicly acknowledge it, you get targeted.
Oh, yeah.
But, it's almost to be expected if you're a man. But you mentioned about moms and at school board meetings and things like that, or at a soccer practice. You guys are almost vilified even more because it's, how can you be a female and support Donald Trump, right? Mm-hmm. I get it when I understand the blowback I get, right, from family members or whatever that vote Democrat. But females probably take it 3 or 4 times worse.
Yeah, and because at least, I think for women, it's going back to my boys at recess when they were in grade school, and they called it psychological warfare with what girls do, as opposed to guys are more probably blunt to each other. But for females, a lot of times you don't know. And then you even wonder, is this affecting my kid in school? That sort of thing. Mm-hmm. And so, but you're not invited to something or you're excluded. I mean, that's how this is. And so to go and just be free and celebrate being an American, being a patriot, and conservative values, what a wonderful weekend.
By the way, I don't leave my house for family events.
You won't even come hang out with me.
No, it's true. I don't leave my house for anything, honestly. It has to be pretty special to get me out for a weekend. I don't go to concerts. I don't go to any of these things. Yeah. I mean, every once in a while.
Well, we've seen Casa de Stalker, pool boy, pool table, bar in the basement. There's no reason to leave his motor, his castle
compound.
His compound.
James Carville. You remember him? It's all about the economy. Stupid.
He's been in his feelings lately.
He went ape s. Basically saying everything we're throwing at Trump is not working.
Yeah, it's like spaghetti on the wall.
Yeah. This is cut one with an irate. By the way, I love his commitment to LSU.
Yeah.
But
that's why I'm wearing my crimson Bama colored shirt today, just for you, Mr. Carville.
The colors on this polo that he's wearing are just I know it's the LSU colors, but it's just hideous.
It's awful.
He might be the ugliest man alive. Cut one. If you want to see the video, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Cut one, Phil, go.
In Trump's more ahead than he's ever been.
Look at that sweater.
Fewer people think January 6th was any kind of what it was, as an assault on the temple of democracy, the Constitution. I don't know whatever you want to say. It's going the wrong way. It's not working. Everything that we're throwing is spaghetti at a wall, and none of it is sticking, me included. And it's hard when you start in your 80th year, and you like anybody else, I have an opinion of myself. Uh-huh. And the opinion I've come to is I don't matter. It doesn't matter. You can prepare, you can be on TV, or you can write pieces, you can have a YouTube channel, you can have a podcast, and nothing. And
spittle's coming out of his mouth.
We gotta try to think of something different.
Yeah,
looks like Lex Luthor.
What we're doing is really, really not working.
Oh my God, he is not happy.
I know. Well, you can't throw spaghetti and marinara at the
It's
wall.
true.
It's going to slide down. If you want it to stick, you got to go fettuccine with some Alfredo
Yeah,
sauce.
absolutely.
It's a little thicker.
Yep.
It'll probably land and stay. Every single criminal prosecution bumps Trump up in the polls. And all these cases are going less than stellar, and that's being modest. That's saying the bare minimum here. If not all of them, 3 of them are probably blowing up in the face of either the district attorney, the state attorney general, or the federal prosecutor that's leading the charge here. And if that's Carville's reaction, what do you think Biden and Harris are saying behind closed doors?
Oh, I think they are. I think they're immune from all this because I don't think the people around them are telling them.
Oh.
You know what I
Really?
mean? Yeah.
Keeping them insulated.
I think they keep them very insulated. Maybe I'm wrong, but
No,
I
you
just,
might be
I
right.
don't see, you know what I mean? Because they're way too, unless they know something that we don't, which is, might be, unless they knew something we don't, like they're way too calm, cool, and collect about the whole thing.
Well, you've got the Veep, who's not the sharpest tool in the shed, and then you've got the president, who at this point in time, maybe you don't even need to insulate him, because I'm not sure Joe Biden is functional enough to access the internet today.
Yeah.
Okay? So he probably has no idea what's going on because he can't figure out how to pull up his smartphone app.
Well, I mean, Liv is correct. The fix might be in. You're correct. That's why I'm saying they might know something that we don't.
They do act way too. But you know what? In their defense, or any Democrat's defense, if I'm not polling where I would like to be as a Democrat, I would just rest somewhat easy, not peacefully, but somewhat easy, knowing all of the experts have been dead wrong for 2 straight years. Like, keep that in mind as well. Like, if you're a Democrat and you're like, oh man, we're only up 1 on Trump in Michigan despite pandering to Hamas. We're down 3 here in Pennsylvania. You just look at the midterms, the red wave that never came. And I'm not just talking about, the fix being in for 2020. I'm talking about grassroots elections where it looked like Republicans were going to roll in different elections, and they did not win.
Mm-hmm.
So,
did you guys see the Thomas Jefferson University commencement?
No.
Over the weekend?
No.
Oh
boy,
Nick, you might want to look at your monitor there because you might have to describe this. Thomas Jefferson University commencement and announcer went viral over the weekend following a series of verbal misfires. This was at Thursday's commencement. They pronounced names like Elizabeth as Lizubeth.
Lizubeth.
The unidentified speaker mispronounced the monikers of several nursing graduates who hesitated to walk across the stage at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. The verbal mishaps, they say, were due to the way phonetic spellings were presented on the speaker's cards, which was noted when the presenter apologized during the ceremony, according to university officials. So I guess because they had a lot of names that may not have been easy to pronounce.
Like my last name when we went to the Pennsylvania Broadcasters Award and they butchered my last name for the trophy they gave Kayal and Company.
They spelled it out phonetically, and I guess this person just read it phonetically and couldn't pronounce it. But it is just you have to see the video.
Is this worse than Biden on the prompter?
YouTube.com/1210WPHT. You can follow along too because you can see the names underneath and how they pronounce it. This is cut 5. Phil, go.
Michinlu Iabri.
Who?
Megan Louise Aubrey.
Jessica Lynn Bower.
Stephanie Batista Santos.
No, Jessica Lynn Bauer.
Oh.
Aaliyah Benamon. Alisuna Cole Bishop.
Allison Nicole Bishop.
Oh, this is funny. Are they doing this
Victoria
No.
Lee Zubith Ross.
Victoria Elizabeth Bruce. God. Oh, no.
Marlena Zobeth Camp.
Molly Elizabeth Camp.
Why do they need these spelled phonetically?
I don't know.
Where is this?
Thomas Jefferson University.
Allison Care Camp Bull.
Allison Carol Campbell.
This is like a spoof.
It is.
I thought you were playing a joke here. This is real.
Just Maya Rudolph?
Thomas.
Get it right.
Thomas. Just a Thomas. Here comes Thomas.
Thomas Michael Cavanari Jr.
Can you use the book also? Yes.
Can you use the book?
Can you use the book? Wait, where did they find this person?
I don't know.
My goodness. And this is here's where I would really truly get mad is if I'm the mom or dad watching my child graduate and that moron butchers a basic name like Michael Campbell Johnson. God.
But in truth, if this were, let's say the person had, a different name that was tough to pronounce of a different ethnicity, that person announcing would get blasted.
Mm-hmm.
And the truth is, no matter what the person's name is, don't you practice?
Yeah.
Don't you have a practice and you rehearse it and you read over everybody's names and you ask the question?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's what a professional would do.
Yeah. Yes, you go through them all and say, okay, can you spell this out phonetically for me because I might not know
Just
it?
make sure.
Okay, we have, I've got in front of me the list of graduates, 285. I'm going to have my secretary go through them, and anything that is somewhat difficult to pronounce, let's reach out to that individual and ask how the last name is pronounced.
By the way, I mean, I don't know this for a fact, but I'm just speculating. Could it be a DEI hire?
No.
Just asking.
It's
you
possible.
know what I mean?
Thomas Jefferson University, the same school that censored that local doctor here that was tweeting opinions that ran to the counter of the COVID establishment.
Can you imagine that you need to phonetically spell out Molly?
That might be the greatest ad of all time for trade schools. If I'm a trade school, I run that ad and say, you know what? College might not be for you. Learn the trades.
But even I'm trying to think of Tommy Lahren. I used to say Tommy because somebody.
Yeah.
Like every day, Anthony DeRozzo could tell you every day. I'm like, Anthony, ask them ask them how do they say it, because you want to pronounce someone's name correctly.
Right.
You spend all that money.
This is their graduation. Their grandma and grandpa are there. The whole family's there.
Yeah, like
and they're like Molai, Ikabukaluki. What?
Like the first time we had Athen Kutsarumbas on the show, I texted him like, dude, I need you to phonetically, I don't want to butcher this.
Yeah.
And I mean, how many times did I get Sean Farish wrong? I called him Farash for like 3 months.
Yeah, and so think about it. But this is a person who, it's a professional situation.
Amazing.
And you should just practice, rehearse with someone. Oh my
goodness! There was zero prep. Can you imagine?
You're reading this cold.
One more time, guys.
Yeah, let's just run that all the way through.
All right. One more time, Phil, if you will.
Great.
Cut 5 again. Go.
Solani Asinor.
Michilu Iabri.
Megan Louise Albury.
Jessica Lynn
Jessica
Bower.
Yeah, this is where they have it. Jessica Lynn Bauer, was it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Jisuka is Jessica.
Aaliyah Benamon.
And how about the other ladies and gals that are getting their names skipped? They're coming up on the visual. She's not even reading them.
And Jessica, she called
Alisuna
Jessica, which is a U.
Bishop.
Allison Nicole Bishop. Alicina.
This country's gone brain dead.
I know.
Victoria Lee Zubith-Ross.
Bruce Lee. Is Bruce Lee here?
Uba duba duba daba. Somebody said this earlier in this, and I agree. I thought this woman was like having a stroke or something. You know what I mean? Like in all seriousness, I was like, does she have a medical condition or something that's happening that she, you know what I mean? Like where you're mispronouncing words? No, she was just a dummy who was reading everything phonetically.
It's like when Fetterman used to call Joe Biden Joe Bin.
Joe Bin.
Here's a little bit more.
Alina Zobeth Camp.
Molly Elizabeth Camp.
Maybe she's drunk.
No, we don't know that.
Allison Care Camp Bull.
Camp Bull. Camp Bell. Campbell. Not a joke.
Tom Mulvey. Thomas.
Everybody's like, oh my God.
How can you live in this country and not know how to say Thomas? There's 5 billion Thomases alive.
I love that you can hear somebody in the background saying, maybe use the book too.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Now, they did, apparently the university officials apologized to all the families. Yeah. They did apologize after the presenter botched all of their names.
Literally all of their names. That is some level of stupid I've never seen in my life.
You know, with all
unbelievable.
With all the stories of the commencements being canceled over fear of safety because of protests, maybe we should just throw up a poll question. If you're a college student, what would you rather have happen? Your commencement be canceled because of protesters, or the commencement speaker butcher your last name?
It's amazing.
Or your first name in that many cases.
Yeah. It's unbelievable. It's
Do we know the name of that speaker?
No.
Okay.
No. I'm sure that she
won't be invited back.
Yeah.
Thomas Jefferson University issuing a statement saying their sincerest apologies for the mispronunciations. They blamed the mistake on the way phonetic spellings were presented on the speaker's cards, adding that the presenter had apologized at the graduation ceremony, saying it was an unfortunate error. Why would you? So I guess what was happening, they had phonetic spellings for the name Molly as Molina. So what the heck?
Might be time for a Hooked on Phonics ad. Remember those commercials? Hooked on Phonics works for me.
It's unbelievable. I know you wanted to get to this later, but I have it now if you don't mind the Seinfeld stuff.
Oh, no, go right ahead. We're behind schedule anyway.
Shocking. Shocking. It's only Monday at 8:24 and we're already behind.
Yeah, I had the Seinfeld thing in the 7:30 block. It's 8:30.
Oh, my goodness.
Just so you know how this show rolls, we do have everything laid out at a time we want to do things. It just never actually works.
Right. Well, I mean, you know, like that's the beauty of organic radio.
Yep.
You know, Dawn and I spent 7 or 8 minutes talking about the Philadelphia State Trooper thing.
Yep.
You know, that was in the news, but I mean, heck, we killed the whole news segment just talking about the absurdity of that.
Let's go to Duke University, where the commencement speaker was Jerry Seinfeld. During the commencement, when they started to announce Jerry Seinfeld as the speaker, students walked out of the graduation. I'm assuming because Seinfeld's Jewish, right?
Yes, but he's been very, very free speech. He's always been very free speech oriented, but he's been really railing on the left-wing college students lately. He was on Bill Maher's Club Random about a week ago as well.
Yeah, I saw it. So this is the video and audio, Nick, if you want to describe this, of pro-Palestinian students walking out of the Duke graduation when they start announcing Jerry Seinfeld. This is cut 15. Phil, go.
Jerry is also serving as our commencement speaker today.
Right there on their football field. Scaled back here. Big crowd. Here comes the booze, I think. Of people. Look at the people walking down the middle.
Wow.
Wow. I don't know, maybe 70, 80 people? Maybe a little less than that.
Can you imagine these snowflakes?
Yeah. Well, I'm not surprised. Duke is like the Harvard of the Atlantic Coast Conference down in the Carolinas, North Carolina, Duke, North Carolina State. You go from Chapel Hill to Durham to Raleigh. You know, Duke is a very, very high-priced, prestigious school. It's basically the Harvard of the Carolinas. So I'm not surprised that those snowflakes walked out. They were probably ones protesting across the campuses. Which, by the way, quick update. I heard this over the weekend. The Penn situation that developed towards the end of the week, I think it was on Friday's show, of the 36 arrested, I believe I've got this stat correct. Only 7 were students.
Yep.
No surprise.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. All right, let's go on to the Trump trial that resumes today at 9:30. Who's that? Michael Cohen, the rat.
The rat.
The rat. The headline on Drudge is The Rat Faces the Don. Michael Cohen, the alleged fixer for Trump, takes the stand today. Fareed Zakaria, who I don't usually quote on CNN, but I think it's interesting that he's saying this. He said in his monologue on Sunday morning that New York City prosecutors are politically motivated against Trump.
You're starting to see a lot of the forget the legal analysis, some of the talking heads saying.
I was just going to say that. CNN, cut 16, go.
And the trials against him keep him in the spotlight, infuriate his base, who sees him as a martyr, and even may serve to make him the object of some sympathy among people in general who believe that his prosecutors are politically motivated. This happens to be true, in my opinion. I doubt the New York indictment would have been brought against a defendant whose name was not Donald Trump.
Wow.
Yeah, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly.
Okay.
And, we've seen some of these specific polls where people have been asked, does any of the legal matters in regards to Mr. Trump make you more likely or less likely to vote for him this fall, or maybe there's no change at all? Just my personal opinion, I think more people are likely to vote for him because of this, because I think most common sense people that don't live with Trump derangement syndrome see this for what it is. And I think you're starting to really see a lot of these people come out. What's amazing is this is the best. This could be for a guy that's cash strapped as far as, campaign funds and not being out there as much as Biden because he spends his days in a courtroom. The Biden administration and Democrats, and even the CNNs and MSNBCs and the New York Times, they do some of Trump's best advertising for him.
Agreed.
Right?
100%.
So true.
It's so true. It's unbelievable.
Yep.
Friday's Real Time with Bill Maher, he talked about something that I'm glad he brought up because I don't hear a lot of it. Because as somebody who grew up listening to radio and shock radio, as they call it, Stormy Daniels used to be a guest on the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Which was on Howard Stern's network on Sirius XM when he first started, 2006, 2007.
And that's, if I recall, that's the show where the whole Hulk Hogan stuff originated from?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
And she used to be a guest all the time. And, I remember her discussing her relations with Trump. And it's completely a different story than she's trying to talk about now.
It's changed multiple times over 18
years. And Bill Maher brought that up because he interviewed her in 2018 and, basically said that, she's using all the Me Too buzzwords now, where she definitely wasn't doing it back in 2018.
Oh, no.
This is cut 4, Phil, go.
The Democrats have had 4 years to put Trump on trial, and it is all just going away. They blew it at every turn. Here's what's happened this week. Georgia, that one, okay. They're going to take up Trump's argument about Fani Willis. Now, she's the prosecutor. She's having an affair with the guy she hired. I mean, it's not really relevant to the case, but they left an opening. And now that one's going to be delayed. The stolen documents one, that's never going to happen because that's a Trumpy judge down there. So it's Stormy or bust.
I saw what you did there.
It just comes out. I'm not trying. If this one doesn't work, and she's a bad witness, because let me show you a little video. This is when I had Stormy on in 2018, and first I asked her why she had sex with Trump. Listen to that, and then listen to what she says after that, and then we're going to talk about the trial, because it's quite at variance of what she said to me in 2018. Why did you Donald Trump?
I had no idea.
Okay, but you say it's not a Me Too case.
It is not a Me Too case. I mean, I wasn't assaulted. I wasn't attacked or raped or coerced or blackmailed. They tried to shove me in the Me Too box to further their own agenda. And first of all, I didn't want any part of that because it's not the truth, and I'm not a victim in that regard.
That's not what she's saying now.
Wow.
She's talking about he was bigger and blocking the way. It's all the Me Too buzzwords. She said there was a power imbalance of power, for sure. My hands were shaking so hard. She said she blacked out. Blacked out? She's a porn star. I don't think
that doesn't mean she's been subjected to the likes of Donald Trump. I might black out too.
Do you really think she blacked out? I mean, a porn star is used to having sex with people she does not know. That's the job. It's kind of like Stormy Bob Stormy. Action, and let's go, and we're losing the light. So I just think think she's not a good witness.
Yeah,
there you go.
I would say it's not Stormy or bust. This case is toast. Your two witnesses are Stormy Daniels and admitted perjurer Michael Cohen. I would say it's January 6th or bust. Fonnie Willis, Alvin Bragg, classified documents, all going in the wrong direction, not in the right direction for the prosecution.
Finally here, I'm just glad he brought that up, because that is a narrative that I've seen a lot, and I remember watching that interview with him and Stormy Daniels, and like I said, I remember hearing her on a radio show in 2006, 2007, discussing all of this, and it's completely different than what she's saying on the stand now.
Yes, indeed.
That was my whole point in that. So one more here before we have to break. ABC this week, they were discussing the fact that Michael Cohen is taking the stand this week, today, and saying prosecutors are looking for Michael Cohen to complete the narrative and pin the crime on Trump, according to ABC. This is cut 14. Phil, go.
This was a very big day, a very revealing day. As you see, the case is totally falling apart. They have nothing on books and records, and even something that should bear very little relationship to the case. It's just a disaster.
That was former President Donald Trump reacting to the sometimes salacious and often heated testimony of Stormy Daniels this week in his New York hush money trial. Trump's former attorney and fixer Michael Cohen is expected on the stand tomorrow. ABC's Aaron Katursky has a preview of what Cohen's testimony could mean for the case.
Over the last 3 weeks, the jury has heard a story of sex and scheming. Stormy Daniels described a 2006 sexual encounter with Donald Trump in a hotel suite that he said never happened. She told the jury Trump wore silk or satin pajamas, kept Old Spice, Pert Plus, and a manicure set, which was gold, in his toiletry bag. Relevance. She said while she never felt threatened, there was an imbalance of power for sure. They are the details prosecutors said Trump paid to bury in 2016. And they are now counting on Michael Cohen to complete the narrative and pin the crime on Trump.
There you go.
So Trump wears silk pajamas.
No, silk or satin. That's okay. That's one of those details that bothers me.
Okay.
There's a huge difference between silk and satin. If you touch somebody and they had silk on or satin, you know whether it was silk or satin. The fact that she says silk or satin, and I don't think she said that before, I think that this is a whole new story that we're hearing to try to portray an image.
I'm going to ask this question to the
That
audience.
wasn't in her book, because she went into great detail in her book, Dawn.
Yeah, and in her book, she never claimed this Me Too stuff. In the book, then in the CNN interview, right, with Anderson Cooper, remember she said, I was sitting on the edge of the bed and I said, "Oh, Stormy, what have you gotten yourself into?" And Anderson Cooper specifically said to her, "What are you saying?" And she to Anderson at that time at that CNN said, "Oh, no, this was totally consensual."
Mm-hmm.
But now, so the story does change.
The story, her victimhood in the story changes.
Yeah.
There's two things I believe. One, this audience is going to agree with, and one, this audience is not going to agree with.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Both of them are true in my point.
Okay.
Trump and Stormy Daniels had sex.
Correct.
I don't think they did.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I think that she did an act, like oral gratification, but I don't think it was the other thing.
Oh, well, that makes a difference.
No, I'm just saying.
Come on,
could have
Dawn.
been one, but not the other.
So there was no sexual penetration.
Oh, my Lord.
I'm just saying. I think the only likelihood is
they had sex. They had sex. Whether it was that way of sex or another way of sex, who cares? Sex is sex.
I'll tell you what, I'm not paying somebody $130,000 to shut up if I didn't break the plane. You know what I'm saying?
And
I'll be a total pig.
And two, nobody cares about this trial.
Well, no,
I mean,
I
people
do
care
think-
about it,
yeah.
but for the salacious reasons. But it's not going to change everybody's mind. In fact, it's going to make more people sympathetic to Trump.
I'm more blown away by the fact that he wears pajamas. I'd like to throw a poll question up if we could, Phil, on YouTube. For this audience, do you sleep in pajamas?
Me?
Yeah, like, because people actually, and we're not talking about like as a kid when you have your little jammies on. Like I thought the pajama thing for adults, like, you know, you see in the old TV shows in the 80s and 90s when they're doing an episode in the scene at night where, like, you know, whether it's Married with Children or Seinfeld or Cheers or whatever, and you see the old school pajama look, you know, you got like the blue top and the blue bottom. Like, do people actually buy and sleep in pajamas? Is that a thing still?
Yeah, sure. I don't.
I just figured, and I can't speak for females, but I just figured dudes, you know, just sleep in their underwear.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't even sleep with a shirt on. I don't know how people sleep in full clothes from head to toe.
Yeah.
I'm hot at night.
It's weird when people are like, guys are all like, you know, have long pants on,
right?
Like sweatpants or.
You
something.
sleep with socks?
No.
No, neither
No.
do I.
No.
TMI over here.
Dawn, you sleep with socks?
No, of course not.
Okay. Some people wear socks.
No girl, no.
Well, in the winter, you know, a little chilly.
Come on, Dawn. This is a radio show. Do you sleep in the nude?
Sure.
Dawn, you better keep your mouth closed.
Oh, there it is.
The problem for women is that just invites.
Yeah, and it does.
It invites
Yeah.
the whole situation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it takes incredible.
With your husband, and you got to play possum.
Yeah,
that whole thing.
If you're a man and your chick
You know?
sleeps in the nude and you can contain and control
See?
yourself, that's good work out of you.
No, so see, that's an invitation to the married couples. Know what I'm talking about?
The only time I sleep in full clothing is when I have
Baby,
the
you sleeping?
when I have the flu, because I want to sweat that bad boy right out of my system. Wake up at 2 a.m, a sweaty mess.
It's funny. When I had the flu back in January, I slept like that. I woke up at like 2 a.m. when my fever broke, and I was just like, I was a bajillion years. I like took everything off, I'm throwing things. I'm like, get this off! It's so hot, terrible.
And then at 4, Stalker got the shivers, and he's like,
"Where are you? Hello.
Where's my socks? Hello."
Silk pajamas, satin or silk? What did she say?
I think she said satin or silk.
Yeah.
He probably has like his initials on his pajamas too.
By the way, her level of details are too great for this not to have happened, Dawn. Any witness who looks at things and says he had this and he had this, and I remember because it was this, and you know what I mean?
Well,
exactly. Those type of
there
details.
are new details. So somebody with an imagination, yeah, I mean, she's imagining
two things can be true. They could have had sex, and it could be no big deal.
Does anybody?
I'm just saying that. I mean, not to his wife. It should be a big deal to his wife, but to the American public, what the hell do we care?
Do they still
just like
produce-
Bill Clinton? Just like Bill Clinton. I didn't care when it was Bill Clinton either. Just telling you.
Do they still manufacture and produce and sell Pert Plus?
I think so.
Remember all those like dandruff shampoos in the commercials in the 90s? You couldn't get through a TV sitcom in 30 minutes without seeing either a Pert Plus or a Selsun Blue commercial.
Selsun Blue.
Remember Selsun Brew or Blue? I sound like the Thomas Jefferson speaker. Remember Selsun Brew?
I'll say again that I think even that Judge Merchan realizes that he messed up by letting her say all that graphic stuff. And at the end, it just, according to the court observers, it got icky and it was unnecessary.
Alvin Bragg looks like a bigger imbecile than he already was. The only thing I'm wondering, because we don't get to see and this is why I wish these were all televised.
Yeah.
I mean, he is the district attorney, but has he been in the court in proceedings prosecuting certain elements and segments of this trial? I haven't heard that mentioned one way or the other. Or is there a lower DA on the totem pole that's doing the day-to-day court proceedings? I haven't even seen a sketch of Alvin Bragg. If somebody knows, please let me know, because I feel like some of those details are important. I would think if you're Alvin Bragg and you're bringing this case, you'd want to prosecute it yourself. I mean, this is your baby, right?
Yeah.
What?
No, I'm just reading that. I just don't. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear the outrage from for the people who were so appalled by Bill Clinton in the '90s. I don't want to hear that now all of a sudden what's happening to Trump is fine.
Well, wait a minute. Okay, if you want to talk about Clinton, Paula Jones, there were situations, and Broderick was on the you set her up to be an interview, right? In the afternoons with Zioli back in the day. So you have women saying they were assaulted by Clinton.
Well, to be fair, people have said they were assaulted by Trump too.
But you're talking specifically about Stephanie Clifford.
Yes.
On the stands saying, and you played her on, Bill Maher's show, and
yes.
She said this was consensual.
Yes.
Bill Clinton was accused by some women of
so was Donald
assault.
Trump. So was Donald Trump.
And so he's never been
Trump.
charged with that. Or,
neither was Clinton.
And then you had, the big
I
thing
can't believe
with
I'm
Clinton,
arguing for Bill Clinton here. I hate Bill Clinton.
No, the big thing with Bill Clinton was his relations with an intern, a college-age intern.
She was not.
So that's
she
different.
was 23 years old.
And he was in
23.
office.
Okay.
And Clinton was the then governor.
Stephanie Clifford was the same age.
President.
Stephanie Clifford was the same age, and Trump was 60. So, come on.
No. Stephanie Clifford would have been 26 years old.
Whatever.
Monica
and he was
Lewinsky
60.
was a college intern in the White House with a sitting president.
Okay.
It's a good
So
proof
I
by
don't
Trump.
think it's
34 years or minor.
So I don't think it's oranges and apples here. I don't.
Okay.
I just
Compared
assume that all these people. I just assume all the 1%ers are banging everybody.
And
I'm not surprised by any sexual escapade.
Absolutely.
And the Clinton thing, and as far as the Clinton thing, that was investigated. That was an immediate situation. We are now talking about we're talking about 18, 19 years ago. And the fact that they're bringing all of this up.
Let me say it again.
When they could have done this 8, 9 years ago.
I think
right?
this
8 years
trial
ago.
is a sham, and I don't care about it.
Okay.
Let me say it again. It's a sham, and I don't care about
these
it.
things are
but I
not
don't
the
want to hear
same.
this moral equivalence of
But
I was
it's not the
outraged
same
when Bill
thing.
Clinton did it, but it's okay when Trump does it.
It is
That's
not
what
the
I'm
same
saying.
thing. It is not the same
Okay.
thing
Sure
for
it's
a
not.
private businessman who allegedly is with somebody who has sex for a living, who is consensual. That's not the same as an alleged assault with a then governor and Paula Jones or a president with an intern, Greg. Those are not the same things.
Do you think Americans care at all about anybody in a position of prominence that is accused of or is confirmed to have been have committed infidelity? I just don't think. I think most people in America, whether it's a politician, a media figure, their favorite quarterback, their head coach, I don't think anybody cares who's sleeping with him.
Agreed.
That's the way I view it.
I think a college intern, at whether it's this company right now, if a company executive, the top company, biggity big, very wealthy, was having something going on with a college age intern, not employee. Yeah, there's a huge ick factor, and that
of course
person would be fired.
I'm not excusing what Bill Clinton did.
But it's not the same
I
as-
despise the Clintons. I despise them. I have no I'm not sitting here. I'm just saying that it's not apples and oranges. It's kind of the same thing.
It's not the same thing to me. I disagree.
Okay, it just shows you that you have your partisan lenses are showing. That's all I'm saying.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
I would just say it. Look, it's not. There's a difference between a wealthy businessman. I still think it's terrible if indeed that person cheated on their wife. That's terrible.
Yeah, of course it is.
Okay, and they were with a professional
It's between
sex
them, though.
worker, right?
It's between them. It has nothing to do with us.
That's correct. So it's different from a sitting president with a White House college-age girl intern, right? That is my business because I'm a taxpayer. Or the governor of Arkansas allegedly calling up a hotel employee up and then allegedly sexually assaulting her. So those are the business of taxpayers. If your elected official is assaulting someone or doing something with a college intern, then it becomes your business. I think none of the above are good, but I'm simply saying to say that one is the same as the other, they're not.
Okay.
I'll be a partisan hack. I can see why you would cheat on Hillary. Cheating on Melania.
Well, that's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
One's a 10 out of 10, and the other's Hillary. Hillary wants everybody dead. Bill, Donald. I think the only person Hillary likes anymore is Chelsea. Probably wants her toasted a few days a week as well. Are we done?
Well, so we that argument took longer than it should have.
I can't get to the show sheet. There's other stuff I wanted to do.
Let me just do
and
this.
talk radio hosts had too much to talk about.
Let me just do this, and then we will I'm gonna do something in real time here.
What do you? What's he doing?
All right, I'm gonna do FanDuel here, Dawn, and then right after I do FanDuel, you're gonna do QC Kinetics, and then we're gonna come back and say what's coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Does that make sense?
Cool.
Yes, sir.
Everybody go. Okay, here we go. Where are we?
That's it for Cut Sheet Part 1.
Oh my god.
Now Craig's all grown.
The NBA playoffs have tipped off, but it's not too late to get in on the action with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, championship futures, and so much more. There's no better place to get in on all the playoff action than America's #1 sports book. That's FanDuel. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the official sports betting partner. That's right, the sports betting partner of the NBA, 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Dawn, talk to us about QC Kinetics.
Yeah, because QC Kinetics is where it's at. If you're tired of those achy joints, especially when you wake up, call my friends at QC Kinetics before you would agree to something invasive, something like surgery, or something like steroids or medications. That's what tens of thousands of real-life patients around the nation and around our region have done thanks to QC Kinetics. Chad, a guy who lives life to the fullest, but was going to that traditional doctor for months to get pain meds because of severe aches in his knees. So he went to high school. He went to his high school reunion on crutches, hated that, and was determined to just find a different answer. That's when he discovered QC Kinetics. Now he's bouncing around like his old self. That knee pain, Chad says, is gone. So QC Kinetics at the top of the game. National Medical Director, Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup. You've heard me talk about Dr. Scheinkup in the past. A real pioneer in this field. More than 20 years of clinical work, tons of research, teaching, publishing. I'd love to be talking about your story next, where you were able to get lasting relief, no downtime. Don't wait to call. Put this on the calendar. QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Just call QC Kinetics. Get that free consultation, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
All right, Nick Kayal, back to you, my friend. 850, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Oh, I thought we were going to
No, I said we were just going to do these two spots and then come back and wrap it up. And,
perfect timing out of me.
Yeah,
went down to the little boys' room, did my thing, and I'm back.
Yep.
All right, 850 as we continue. We doing a big three, or we're going to get we'll do some of these calls?
Yeah, let's take some of these calls here.
Let's get some calls in here. 855-839-1210 if you would like to jump in on the conversation. Let's start it off in Northeast Philadelphia. We have Kevin on the line who wants to talk about Stormy and Trump. Kevin, good morning. You go right ahead, sir.
Good morning, guys. I got the best of the best. You ready for this one?
Yep.
If it doesn't, you must have quit.
If it doesn't what?
If it doesn't fit, you must have quit.
Gotcha.
Donald Trump. And
so that's okay. So that was a reference to O.J. Simpson that just didn't seem to land with the audience.
What doesn't fit?
I have no idea.
Maybe it's kind of like that old joke.
Not according to her, though. So I'm just saying it's. If you read her book, it's not what she said.
All right, let's see.
She talked about a mushroom shape.
Yeah, exactly.
Mushroom shape.
That's what
which is just
Mario.
which is just a cheap.
Mario.
It's just nasty.
It's just
nasty. Gross. It's just like, how dare you?
Yeah. Let's go to Big Al in Mullica Hill. Let's see if he's got a bad joke that won't land. Big Al, good morning. How are you, pal?
Hey, good morning. I don't have any jokes, but hey, Dawn, when you were talking about Billy Clinton, Greggy in the background kept on saying, well, so did Trump, so did Trump, so did Trump. Hey, let's not forget about Joey B down there with Tara Reid in 1993 when he threw her up against the wall and did something to her, and she went home crying, and her mother even called into the Larry King show in 1993 to discuss it. But yet that didn't happen. That's what they said. Why aren't all these other people being charged, but they want to do Trump? It's election interference. They're afraid of Trump, and they're just trying to destroy the guy. And if they can do this to him, just like he says, they're coming after us next.
Big Al, let me ask you this quick question, because we've talked about the weaponization of government, and if Republicans get back in power with more than just the House of Representatives, should they flip the tables and flip the script, so to speak, on Democrats? Now, maybe Joe Biden will never have to, answer for anything, but would you want to see the same thing done to a Democrat with Republicans in power, or do you think Republicans should, quote, take the higher road and not resort to that? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think Trump took the higher road with Hillary Clinton because she should have been locked up. I think people, I don't care who you are, I don't care how much money you have, if you do something wrong, you should be held accountable and responsible for your actions. Yeah. The laws apply to everybody, not just us people that are out here busting our asses to pay for groceries, to pay for their electricity, to pay for all these things that they're screwing us on. And if this digital coin goes through, guess what? We're all in trouble.
Yeah, they definitely want a cashless society.
You know what's interesting to me is that, it's turned from, how did I become a cheerleader for Biden and Clinton? That wasn't my point with the whole thing. I despise all politicians. Can I say it again? I despise all politicians.
You do?
Every single effing one of them. I think they're all gross. I think they all lie. I think they're all scumbags. I hate them all. So the fact that I'm, sticking up for Bill Clinton, I'm not. I wish ill on the Clintons.
Oh, geez.
Oh,
no, I do.
Oh, you hate them more than I do.
I do. No, I despise the Clintons. I want them to go away.
Yeah. I want them to go away, too.
I don't like them. I just want them.
Yeah.
I just want them to go away, however that is, too. And I want Biden to go away, too.
I just want all the family politicians that have been, muddying up the waters for decades to go away. I want the Bidens gone, the Obamas, the Bushes. I just want all of these, dynasty political families to just ride off into the sunset, play your golf, and just stay out of my hair.
Exactly.
And I don't have any hair.
You don't.
Damn it. 8:54, we will come back and put a bow on the... actually, no, we're just going to go right into the 9 o'clock hour. I'm all thrown off here by this last little bit, but great stuff on the cut sheet. We'll come back. A couple of things I want to get to. I've got a story on Planet Fitness, and also, this is a fascinating conversation on where are the free speech defenders now? We'll get to that as we continue. 9 o'clock hour of Kayal and Company is coming up next.
Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding celebrating 30 years in the industry. Mike and Mark Chapman, just talked to him last week and wished him a congratulations as these two brothers started their business 30 years ago in our community, Chester County, great family. And as their family has grown, of course, their business has grown. So, by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I would trust only the Chapman team. You may not think of them right away, especially for something like stucco remediation, but I trust nobody else with that critical investment in your home. They're fully certified for that as well. And these certified Chapman installers, they're the professionals you want on that job. So if you're thinking about updating your current siding or maybe removing that stucco and replacing it with siding, I want you to think Chapman and maybe update it with that beautiful James Hardy plank or vinyl siding. It's certainly going to add value and beauty to your home. Here's the number. You can text, you can call. They're listening right now. 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. You can take a virtual tour. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized with help from Beacon. I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
You can host the best backyard barbecue. You find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
I'm Philomena, founder of Ken Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, and a member FDIC.
Every so often in medicine, something comes along that is truly revolutionary.
Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, former orthopedic surgeon, now National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
I believe this is one of those things.
Dr. Scheinkup is talking about regenerative medicine, something he's practiced, researched, and written about for nearly 2 decades.
The old ways of dealing with joint pain, such as steroids and surgery, are no longer the best ways.
If you have pain from arthritis or injury, you owe it to yourself to learn more about this exciting option, using your own body's natural power to get lasting relief. And there's no better place to learn than QC Kinetics.
There is no one in this country today with more clinics, more satisfied patients, more advanced protocols, or more experience in using this exciting option to deliver life-changing results.
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Drive in with Kayal & Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Without it, life is way
Kayal and Company, welcome back in. 9:02, fourth and final hour underway here on this Monday. The Morning Mystery movie clip coming up in just about 18 minutes. We will get to Cut Sheet Part 2 today in music history, or what Phil did over the weekend, and also who won Twitter today. Also, I've got these stories, these updates on Planet Fitness, and also a free speech conversation, time permitting. But right now, let's get to some of the news here at almost 9:03. It is time for a Dawn Stenslin Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 9. Other news of the day, as we've learned that actor, very popular actor, Steve Buscemi attacked.
Nucky Thompson.
Yeah. Brutally attacked by this stranger, comes up to him, wallops the actor right across the face. And they say that Steve Buscemi had been leaning up against a wall and then texting on his phone at the time of that attack. So medics responding. It was 3rd Avenue and East 28th Street. This is in Manhattan, where they picked him up and rushed him to the hospital, treated for bruising, swelling, and bleeding. His left eye bleeding in that whole area. Pretty brutal there, as NYPD was releasing images of that suspect in hopes of tracking him down.
I got to tell you, for somebody that's liked Steve Buscemi and a lot of the stuff he has done, I never thought he could pull off Nucky Thompson in the HBO series Boardwalk Empire, but God, was he good.
Yeah.
When I saw that first come out, I was like, I'm so into this. I'm so excited to watch it. But I had doubts because you see Steve Buscemi in all these Adam Sandler movies, and you're like, nah, he can't be like, the mayor and like a mobster. But he pulled it off.
Great actor.
Yeah.
This is making headlines, and I guess I didn't even remember this, but there was another actor, Michael Stuhlbarg, was struck in the head with a rock. He was attacked a couple months ago. He's okay, but he's another Boardwalk Empire actor who was also... I mean, they have this problem in New York with these random attacks.
Oh, I know. It's the de-evolution of society. And by the way, speaking of random violence, I have a Mother's Day brunch verbal spat update to give you guys after the news.
There was another celebrity that was just attacked in New York City. Do you guys remember who it was?
I do not, but you might be able to refresh my memory.
Yeah, I'm trying to Google it and remember who it was.
The other HBO person,
Rick Moranis.
No.
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah.
Rick Moranis was attacked.
Yeah, who would ever want to hurt Rick?
I know.
Yeah, little pleasant little small dude.
Yep.
Yeah, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Yeah, it's not. It's really it's like the Wild West.
Yeah.
New York City.
Yeah.
Why? What's the motivation?
I don't know.
But Eric Adams says, we do not have a crime problem.
Yeah.
So the Philadelphia Parking Authority announcing today they're trying to curb illegal parking to help those with disabilities. So starting today, PPA is going to begin ticketing any drivers with tougher violations if you park on a crosswalk or on a sidewalk, and they're saying that in part you're blocking the way for somebody who's in a wheelchair, somebody with disabilities, but also people who might be pushing a baby stroller. But these violations will cost drivers anywhere from $76 in Center City to $51 in other parts of the city. So they're ramping up these charges and on the lookout for these individuals. The PPA has been, for about 2 weeks, handing out warnings to people to give drivers forewarning about these new fines. So new fines in Philadelphia.
Wow. If
you're parked in a spot that especially blocks any kind of a ramp of any sort, and I guess it doesn't have to be, I don't know if it has to be marked. If it's a ramp, then you face that $76 fine. But if it's in a handicap space as marked with the blue markings, $301.
Whoa.
Yeah. Woo-hoo. So they are cracking down, zero tolerance.
I agree.
And remember that Governor Josh Shapiro's office had said that, in fact, and this will go into effect 1 year from now, and this has to do with the bill where it'll be hands-free access with cell phones while you're driving. So we've known this was coming. So many other states do it. And Jersey was one of the first in our area, so they got the big coverage. But that has passed. You might not realize that the bill also includes a provision that law enforcement, especially state police, will now collect publicly reported, and they will publicly report data on all traffic stops including a driver's race. So that will go into effect.
You mean like a drag race?
Oh no, a driver's ethnicity.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You know, like
like race.
Okay. Yeah.
That was funny. I love that. That was good. No, but that wasn't widely reported when we talked about the fact that it was expected to be signed and it'll go into effect in a year, that you have to go hands-free while you're driving.
Mm-hmm.
But a lesser-known provision in that was passed and signed into law is that Pennsylvania State Police and a lot of bigger police departments will be required now to publicly report data and collect data at traffic stops.
Yep.
So I wonder, I don't know, like on your driver's license, what if you opt out that you don't want to put your ethnicity? Can you do that?
Okay, I don't know.
How do they collect? So then they'd have to ask you?
Let me actually pull up I'm going to pull out my driver's license. I want to see what it says on here, actually.
So because sometimes you can opt out that you don't want to put certain things.
Let's see. I've got my driver's license number, date of birth, name, address, expiration, issued, sex, eyes, height, class.
Does it have a box?
No, there's nothing for race on. I've got the most modern PA driver's license because I had to get a new one when I moved back up here 2 years ago.
So it's not even what your driver's license says. It's actually they're going to have to ask a person?
I guess. Yeah, it's not on here. Sex, eyes, height, and that's it.
What's your height?
On the license or in real life?
On your license.
5'10".
Oh, you are not 5'10".
Hey, it's my truth, Greg.
Oh,
okay?
God.
All right, if guys can say they're girls and everything else, I can say I'm 5'10".
That's his truth.
And I'm also a Gen Xer, even though I'm really a millennial. I identify as a Gen Xer.
Well, that is our big three here on Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. So speaking of the de-evolution of society, I want to give you this story yesterday from Mother's Day. Yeah. This was an unbelievable scene. I've never seen anything like this. Swear to God, not embellishing here. So we go, my sister and her husband, Mother's Day brunch. I drove up the turnpike to the Lehigh Valley, and we went to a little place in Albertus, kind of up in the Schwenksville area where the Trump rally was about a month ago. So we had this great brunch, all sorts of buffet stuff, mimosas, Bloody Marys, you name it. And the way they had it set up was they had bacon and sausage and some potatoes in this middle aisle in the big buffet things with the sternos. And then up towards the bar area, they had like a shrimp cocktail, all these fine Italian meats and cheeses, prosciutto, sopressata, mortadella, mozzarella, like on down the list. A crab mango salsa dip. It was out of this world. And then in the corner, they had the omelet guy and the guy making like the pancakes and the waffles. And, my sister is waiting. She got her omelet. It's been sitting at the table for 20 minutes. It's cold now. My sister is just like me. She likes her food. If it's supposed to be hot, she likes it piping hot. You can't make it hot enough. In fact, even if it's scalding hot, she wants it popped back in the microwave for 30 seconds. So she's got her omelet. She puts it down at the table. She goes back up in line to get my nephew, Landon, some pancakes. And she's second in line at the pancake station. Now, the guy who's making the pancakes, now keep in mind, my brother-in-law, myself, my sister's two kids, and my brother-in-law's mom, we're all sitting down and we're already eating. And this is all about my sister for Mother's Day, right?
Aww. Yeah.
So she's second in line. There's a lady in front of her, big as a house.
Oh, boy, here we go.
I mean, it just...
Is this relevant to the story, Nick Kayal?
This is absolutely relevant. Okay. She orders what I thought was 6 pancakes. Oh. Now, the line is like 10 people deep. My sister's in the number 2 spot. Mm. And then there's this tall blonde, kind of looks like maybe like one of Trump's daughters. Just beautiful statue, and she's like 7 deep. And she's getting hot and bothered. She's getting ticked off. So the big girl in front of my sister gets the 6 pancakes. And somebody must have said something. I didn't hear this part.
6 pancakes?
But she goes, I have 5 kids here. So she walks over to the table in this little corner that I can't really see from my angle. It looked like there might have been like 8 or 9 different family members at that table.
Yeah.
She goes back in line, gets in front of my sister. She goes, well, excuse me, I have 6 more coming. She ordered 12 pancakes.
What?
For 5 kids.
Uh-oh.
So then my sister, when she finally got back to the table, she's like, yeah, I could sense everybody behind me was starting to get a little agitated. So this tall, beautiful blonde lady who looks like one of Trump's daughters says, you don't have to be so greedy. You know, there's other people waiting. To which the big lady in front of my sister snaps back at her with I've got 5 kids. You could wait your time. I paid for my blah, blah. And this is one of the best buffets I've ever seen for a brunch.
Why didn't you record this?
Yeah,
I thought about doing that, but then I would be a hypocrite because that's what I rip everybody instead of stepping in.
I totally would have recorded it.
So my sister finally
comes
back.
Heffa.
Yeah. Dude, and then you have multiple waitresses and the manager comes out to de-escalate it. It's I'm this is Mother's Day brunch.
Heffa need a pancake.
Yeah. It's 10:30 in the morning. I just finished my coffee on the ride up. I immediately pivoted to the Bloody Mary. I got a great omelet in front of me. I got shrimp. I got everything I could want. I'm a happy camper. And this guy, or this lady, is just totally abusing the system. So I bring this up. So the question is, what is the proper etiquette when you're at a buffet and there's a bazillion options? You can go up as many times as you want, and you're being very rude to the group of people behind. And the guy I felt bad for the most is the guy making the pancakes because he's having a power shortage with his electric griddle. And he's probably like, man, I just want to get these people out of my line, out of my hair, go on with my day. And do you have to get back in line and go to the back? Or can you order 12 pancakes and look back at anybody that has a beef with you and say, wait your turn, I paid? I think the lady in the front is out of line. Completely out of line. You get in the back. And, oh, by the way, there's a bazillion other options. So if your kids are that hungry, get them shrimp, get them sausage, get them the grits. There was great scrapple, cooked perfectly, thin and crispy the way it should be made. There was all sorts of good things. I think there's a lot of people that just are obnoxious. They are self-entitled.
Yes.
And it's one of these things where it's hey, why don't you just get into the back of the line? And I don't even criticize the lady for saying something. Eventually, you have to say something, or these people that just think it's all about them and me, and the little tunnel vision world they live in, they abuse the system, and they inconvenience everybody else. What do you think?
Well, I think part of this goes to restaurant management. So if I were working there, because that was in my college days, is how I put myself through college. So I would say a good manager or assistant manager, or even if you're a waiter there going back and forth, what you do is if somebody has a big order, you say, you know what, we're going to put this in, we'll bring it to your table. Mm-hmm. So go ahead and why don't you take other things, that are your appetizer even, or the shrimp, whatever.
Yeah.
We're going to bring, because you have a big party, we'll bring those out to you.
Mm-hmm.
That way you expedite the line.
Yeah.
And so part of this is a lack of leadership, a lack of management.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And so that to me, that's what that looks like. There was a really easy remedy for the people working there, but they were poorly managed.
Yeah. And then the lady that opened up her mouth and seven people deep, she then says maybe I shouldn't have said something. I'm no, you should absolutely tell this lady to get moving a little bit here. It's not your world and we're just orbiting around you, literally and figuratively, by the way.
But you think about it, other places, and that's why even Chick-fil-A, people talk about Chick-fil-A. One of the reasons they're popular is that even if they have a huge line, they have people out there. They're called expediters.
Yeah.
They go through, and this is where, we talk about policy and leadership matters.
Mm-hmm.
High quality leadership or management at the place where you were would have immediately remedied that, would have recognized there's an issue.
Yep, I agree. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Morning Mystery Movie Clip in just about 5 minutes, and we've got another great prize. This is one of my favorite establishments. We'll give you the details about what you can win, and that's coming up next on Kayal & Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in an accident and would like to know the value of your case, it's easy. Go to forthepeople.com and go to verdicts and settlements to see cases just like yours. You may see numbers that are much higher than what your lawyer's telling you. You see, all lawyers are not the same. Some may only handle a few injury cases a year. This is all we do. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Enjoy some interleague action when the Phils welcome the Rangers to CBP on Tuesday, May 21st and Wednesday, May 22nd, both at 6:40, and Thursday, May 23rd at 1:05. Order tickets at Phillies.com. No shade necessary. All fans will receive a pair of London 2024 sunglasses presented by SEI on Wednesday, June 5th at 4:05 when the Phils host the Brewers. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood and at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey.
Alan Iverson, Cole Hamels, Joel Embiid.
My dad set this up. This was actually a gift to us to bring us all together. Come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. Come see it. It's amazing.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic on June 29th and the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry!
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying,
will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Technology helps keep everyone comfortable with a smart thermostat.
Turn temperature down.
Temperature down. Turn temperature up. Temperature up. But to keep everyone on your team working comfortably, you need more than technology. You need CDW to custom configure Dell Client Solutions devices. Adaptive AI-based software creates a personalized user experience and boosts collaboration so they can stay cool and collected.
Temperature down.
Temperature up. I'm staying out of this. Dell Client Solutions make adaptive performance possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Dell Client.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
Are you still holding on to that winter weight? Time to shed that fat and get ready for the warmer weather of spring with NJ Diet. For over a decade, they've helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. You are fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. And you even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, Delaware, or available from home with live online consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET, 855-5NJ-DIET, or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. Get slimmer before this summer with njdiet.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show. Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show. Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've told you over the years about Dr. Bentz and all the infrastructure he has there, but one thing that he does that you don't see in too many dental offices, with Dr. Bentz, my dentist, whether it's a routine visit or a comprehensive, multifaceted process, he and his team sit down with you, they create a clear plan, explain it step by step. You will see the Bentz difference with that. Contact BentzDentalGroup.com or call 610-272-6949.
The IRS
IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood and at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey.
Allen Iverson, Cole Hamels, Joel Embiid.
My dad set this up. This was actually a gift to us to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. Come see it. It's amazing.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic on June 29th and the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. Free speech lives here.
Kayal & Company, 9:23 Monday morning. This segment brought to you by Bounce Back Physical Therapy. If you are suffering with chronic pain when playing golf, tennis, or pickleball, Bounce Back Physical Therapy in Wayne, PA specializes in treating sports injuries. Their licensed physical therapists will get you feeling better in as few as 3 visits. Visit bouncebackpt.com to book an appointment today. All right, let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal & Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Phil, I don't think that's a very good attitude. You can't talk about hurting other players.
You don't think? You don't think? I don't think you should be butting in when I'm talking to my team. You're my assistant, okay? You're supposed to back me up and go get me juice boxes when I tell you. Now go get me a juice box.
You know who you're talking to?
I'm talking to the juice box guy.
You're crazy.
Well, I'm not crazy. I'm just thirsty.
Why don't you go to hell?
No, you go to hell. While you're there, why don't you grab me a juice box?
I'm no juice box boy, I'll tell you that.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
And that movie came out 19 years ago today. Best of luck, caller 12, 855-839-1210, and you will get your choice of a $50 gift card to Nebraska Brazilian Steakhouse or the Iron Abbey in Horsham.
Nice.
Check them out at nebraska.com or ironabbey.com. I have been to both and love them tremendously, especially the Brazilian Steakhouse. All those different skewers of meat coming out. Oh, it's meat overload.
You're a big meat guy, aren't you?
Oh, I love meat.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like I eat a steak once a week, but man, when I do eat red meat, it's go time. You're not a big meat guy, but you've bounced back from the vegan experience.
No, I'm back
right?
on the meat. I'm back on the meat train.
Jim, can you pull that? Stalker's back on the meat train. I'll need that on the board for later.
Fun with that one.
See, this is why I don't like to
What?
speak, because everything I do is going to be used as a sound drop later on.
Or be criticized on the YouTube chat.
Yeah, well, I'm fine with that.
Well, you're kind of like a lightning rod.
Think about how boring this show would be if the three of us just sat here and said, I agree with you. Yes, I agree with you. Yes, you're right. Yes, you're right.
Some people want that.
I know. Sit there and have hosts tell you how great everything is.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I tell you how bad everything is.
By the way, can
Yeah.
we just, I know we're kind of off the rails here.
We are.
You want to discuss what we talked about to open the show this morning?
Yeah, you want me to go there? I'll go there. I don't give a damn.
I don't mind.
What?
So, Dawn, as you know, and I'm not setting this up. You can set it up, Nick. I just want to kind of give Dawn, as you know, the interview that you and Kayal did with Donald Trump over the weekend, or on Friday, made a lot of headlines over the weekend. We played all those clips this morning, had all those clippings of all the news outlets that picked up the story. Somebody on Twitter tagged a former colleague of Nicholas Kayal and asked that person what they thought about Nick Kayal interviewing Donald Trump. Nick?
Yeah, and I'll take it away from there.
Okay.
You want me to reveal identities and names too?
Sure,
I can do that.
absolutely.
Yeah, you know me.
You can do that.
I've got no filter.
You can do that.
A former colleague from here?
No. In my previous life doing sports down the street. Yeah, when I was on the other station competing against, our sister station down the hall, WIP. So Michael Allenson is the guy who tweeted in response to one of the interviews that we posted, or one of the headlines of Trump. And he goes, at Nick Kayal, interviewing Donald Trump, your thoughts. And he sent that tweet to former afternoon host at The Fanatic, Mike Missinelli, to which Mike Missinelli says, who? ?
Uh-oh.
And Michael Allenson goes, your ex-coworker, to which Missinelli says, never heard of him. Now, it's interesting because he's got me blocked on Twitter.
He does?
So it's weird that you would block somebody that you apparently, allegedly, never heard of, right?
Well, maybe he's like Stormy Daniels. He has blacked out.
Right. It's just, very interesting that...
He choked.
Yeah. As a guy that's, no longer has a show that got replaced by a DEI program, labeled the best show ever, that gets, ratings the equivalent to, NPR radio or some college station that barely shows up in the metrics these days. It's interesting who's kicking ass and taking names, and who's kind of sitting at home just tweeting about Donald Trump and derangement syndrome. Boy. See, that's the problem is. When you're successful and you're in sports, you should just stay out of politics, because you're going to alienate your audience and then become unemployed. That's just usually the way it works. So, I would just say, for a guy that you never heard of, that guy that you never heard of is interviewing the former president of the United States, and you're at home with, your cat, tweeting.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's just funny to
Nice
me that
cat.
it's just funny to me that he chooses these hills to.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
like,
knock
why is
yourself out.
he? Why is he even? Like, I saw what he was. One of our great listeners, Signe Olsen.
Yeah,
I think her
we
name
love
is.
Signe. Yeah, she's great.
He responded to her tweet. Just saying, like, a bunch of cultists and all that stuff, and I'm just like, dude, what are you doing?
Cultists.
See, the funny thing is, I didn't even see him in that whole. I saw Signe. For some reason, I missed the initial thing that you're talking about.
Yeah. Colt. He would know about it, Colt. He went to Penn State. That's a Colt.
Oh, boy. You're just ingratiating yourself to everybody here.
Here we go.
Yeah. It's call it like I see it. If you like it, that's great. If not, so be it.
I just don't understand. I just don't understand how he just sits and tweets at people.
But I would just say this to anybody in my prior profession of sports, that if you don't like the fact that I'm a Trump supporter and I talk politics on the radio now, and you disagree with that and you don't like that, that's your choice.
That's fine,
and I have
sure.
no problem with you doing that. I don't like the fact that you tweet and talk about politics on the Joe Biden side of the aisle on a sports station. But anytime, and I'll throw this in, this is not just to Mike, this is to anybody that ever wants to debate me on the issues at hand. If you want to take your guy, Joe Biden, I'll take my guy, Trump, and we will debate the issues of 2016 through 2020 and 2021 through 2024. And we'll see how many issues and where the metrics and data and results line up in favor of the big guy versus Donald Trump. And I think I'll probably beat you on 9 out of the 10 issues. So you have an open invite anytime. The number's open. We let Terry from King of Prussia call in and defend the big guy, Joe Biden. He said the economy's booming. 855-839-1210. I don't run and block people and hide. You want to come get me? I'm right here. 855-839-1210 on Twitter at Nick Kayal.
By the way, the show that replaced him is more of a it's a cheap.
It's a cost-friendly program.
Exactly. I don't know any of those people personally, so I can't comment on it, and I don't think I've ever listened to 10 seconds of that show. But it was.
And I like those guys, by the way.
He was expensive. And they are not. So that's the whole.
I have a great relationship with pretty much every single person over there, except for the guy that got zipped because he couldn't get Trump out of his head. That guy's a tool bag. There you go. 855-839-1210. Let's see if that gets picked up by the outlets today.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Crossing Broad, where you at? All right, we'll come back, get to what's on the cut sheet.
We should take part.
We do got to take our winner, don't we? Yeah. Let me grab Anthony, who's in Philadelphia, and I believe he's got the movie correct. Anthony, good morning. How are you, buddy?
Good morning. Good morning.
All right, here we go. Your choice of a $50 gift card to Nebraska or the Iron Abbey. What was the movie that we played for you?
Kicking and Screaming.
That is correct. Yeah. Kicking and Screaming, Will Ferrell, circa 2005. Do you want the Brazilian Steakhouse or the good old Iron Abbey in Horsham, Anthony?
The gentleman, your caller, told me they were both the same thing. He said, so I'll take the Brazilian Steakhouse.
The Brazilian Steakhouse, it is. All right, Anthony, congratulations. We thank you for playing and for listening to the show. Thank you very much.
Thank you much. Thank you very much.
Anthony in Philadelphia.
Gonna get some good food.
You got some good comments on YouTube over
there?
No.
I'm just laughing at the
chat.
What?
No, the jab. It's just stupid.
Yeah.
The whole thing's stupid. He Missinelli called Zioli a racist.
Oh, did he really?
Oh, yeah. A long time ago.
Well, yeah, if you're a Republican,
he's insulted.
Because he adopted a biracial child.
Tell me how many racists are adopting a biracial child.
He's insulted Dom. The whole thing. He's just,
you know what I think? He's
very lonely, in my opinion.
He's lonely.
Yeah, he is.
I don't know. Just hanging out by yourself, rage tweeting at people. It just doesn't sound like a very healthy.
There's a reason why
existence.
most people that have worked with him haven't had many pleasant things to say about the experience.
Well, I don't know why you're giving so much airtime. That's what he wants.
No,
he
it's
wants
fine.
attention. Anybody in law enforcement listening, call in and tell. Whenever you have like a stalker or a creepazoid, they just want attention.
Yeah.
So you never want to give them attention.
Oh. We like conflict on the show.
Oh, okay.
that's what I thrive for. Whether it's me and you arguing or Nick arguing with a former talk show host who couldn't keep politics out of his show, which is why he doesn't have a show anymore.
Oh, there you go.
It's all good to me.
Even the left can get canceled by their own. See, it's not just like just a Republican sharing his views on the radio that gets canceled. God knows you can't talk about that if you're a Trump supporter in sports radio. All right, we'll come back, get to what's on the cut sheet part 2 as we continue. And if you don't know me, if you never heard of me, just find a way to block me on Twitter. Back after this.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You don't want to miss out on the Memorial Sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles, get 2 free Memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites. Save big with Rescue rollback pricing and generous free bottle offers, whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief. Everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483 and speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the Memorial deals are going on now through May 30th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia and the Barnes Foundation for a free virtual tour of an art exhibit on May 23rd. Sign up now at aarp.org/local.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
Paid actor portrayal.
Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. In 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected.
Ethos fast and easy online term life insurance up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400. Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Josie's on a vacation far away. Come around and talk it over. So many things that I wanna say. You know I like my girls a little bit older. I just wanna use your love tonight.
Kayal and Company.
I don't wanna lose your love tonight.
9:41, Monday morning. As we continue, inside of 20 minutes until the Dawn Show gets underway, we'll find out what she has on tap in about 10 minutes. Today in music history, courtesy of our buddy Phil Almquist, and who won social media today. But right now, let's get to what we like to call What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. By the way, get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video. My question is, and maybe Dawn can help me with this question, why are women so angry?
What?
Why are women so angry?
At you?
No, just in general.
Oh, I don't know.
Most are liberal?
So
I'm not angry.
Well, no. I got this from USA Today. There's a new thing called rage rituals. Have you ever heard of this?
Nope.
Where women get together and scream and slam sticks to the ground.
What?
This is from USA Today. This isn't some TikTok thing.
Wow.
This is actually a real thing. I don't know.
Too much time sitting on the Schuylkill in traffic? I don't know. What causes someone to do that?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
But they do seem angry.
Okay. Well, maybe they've just had it with men. And so a lot of it's our fault.
They're wealthy white women
with too much time and money on their hands.
Pay a lot of money.
So this emanated in New Hope.
Check this out. If you want to see the video, Nick, you can describe it for the people who are listening on the radio.
Okay.
Because women are socialized to suppress anger.
Oh, that's what it is.
See, this is why you got to let it out, folks. This is why you just got to either tweet it or call somebody or text or do some cardio. You got to burn off this anger or else you're going to erupt.
Secret Squirrel asked Greg, be careful what you ask for. That's true. That's a good point.
You're you've taken a lot of digs today, Stalker.
It's all good. That's what I do.
You're gonna get Steve Buscemi'd on the way out of the building.
I know. It's all good. All for the sake of my craft.
For the sake of his craft. How about that demonic laugh right there?
I just hate when people say that. All right, this is rage rituals.
Okay.
Women doing this because I guess they hate men. I don't know. Cut 10, Phil, go.
Cut. Exercise? An exorcism?
It's kind of sexy, actually.
Is it?
Yeah, I'll have what she's having.
Oh, boy. Wow.
By the way, this is not me doing yard work.
That is not Kristen after I've lost another $50 gambling bet. My God.
When people do this and give themselves permission to release their anger, their capacity for joy actually accelerates. There you go.
Jesus.
So these are women out in the woods.
I'm just gonna tell you this much.
Greg's comment scares me. Greg finds this sexy.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Imagine you're out in the woods and you see this.
This looks like a satanic ritual or something.
Does.
Doesn't it?
Stalker, is my board faded up?
Oh, no.
Because I think this is the perfect time to play Jennifer Lewis.
I know what mental illness looks like.
I think we have a real mental health. We have an anger problem in this country.
Wow.
I think there's a serious anger problem in this country.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with
That's
you.
why people get so triggered on an airplane over the littlest thing or out in public at a restaurant over pancakes at a Mother's Day buffet. Everybody's just on edge.
Yep. Dawn, I want you to say what you normally say about this because I agree with you about the purpose-driven life where these women just have no... They're probably housewives who just have no joy in their lives.
Or maybe not. Maybe they're, I don't know. Maybe they're...
Single, childless women.
Are they in like a corporate job that they hate? Like, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
They could be Planet Fitness members.
You're going to pay more. I don't know. This is, to me, I just think, speaking of a purpose-driven life, I would just say, hey, I've got some weeds in the way back of my lawn you could whack. Get out your anger.
Mm-hmm.
Or take Taekwondo or something of that nature. You can still make the sound effects, but you're actually learning self-defense and getting exercise.
Yeah.
Yep.
To go out, to pay somebody, how much do they pay for this? Apparently, you pay, so somebody's really brilliant in playing them.
Mm-hmm.
Because apparently they charge a ton of money, and they say these rage rituals, you women come out here, pay a lot of money, and you're yelling and screaming and beating sticks. And how much do they pay? Like $1,000?
This might be funded by AOC.
Jeez.
Why is everybody so angry?
Yeah.
Everybody's just so angry. Everybody just relax.
This is why I do 3 things. I golf, I exercise, and I drink. So I don't do that. Okay? Jeez.
Well, we go from rage rituals for women to white people apparently feeling guilty about their race, so they kiss black people's feet.
That's kinky. Does that turn you on too, Greg?
No, it does not.
I know you like women slamming sticks.
Yeah, and see, this is also misguided because now you're going to have people with a foot fetish walking up to, you know what I mean? Attractive African-American people and kissing their feet. They'll be like, get away from me. What are you doing?
Yeah.
So these two, this couple just, I guess these are like street performers or something.
Okay.
And this couple just goes up to, you have to see the video. This couple goes up to him and just starts kissing all of their feet.
You sure this isn't my mother-in-law?
I don't know what's happening here. Like, we've lost our minds. Cut 11, Phil, go.
Here it is, right here.
Look at these.
There you go. Mr. White Man, get these white women and get these white people a hand, man. Keep on coming.
Look at these two.
Keep on coming. Keep on coming, Mr. White Man. Keep on
That guy being totally emasculated as him and his...
Christ, man, you understand? Now, they showing what it means
Kissing
to
their...
really salute a prophet and a priest of the Lord. Right. Keep going.
What is happening here?
This is disgusting.
Come on, folks, get your boot kissed, man. Get properly saluted.
Point out.
I am never
have their
kissing
boots
anybody's
on.
boot.
Yeah, I get it. But
I thought it was like their toes, like they were kissing their bare feet.
they're kissing all of their... Look at these two.
After those boots have been all over the dirty grounds of whatever city that is.
Oh, my God.
My God. Have some self-respect. Good Lord.
By the way, do you think that guy's a cuck?
A what?
Google it.
Or don't.
Or
Please
don't. Please don't. It's a sin. I'm telling you what, man. Some of these people, is just like imagine having this feeling of guilt over something that you had no control over, and you have no control of what you are. Right? Like it's just so nauseating. Oh my God!
I don't know what to say about that.
I wouldn't kiss Nick Saban's feet, and that guy's brought me as much joy as my wife and children. Okay, these people are just warped individuals.
He's like, honey, you know, because of what the white man has done, we should go over and kiss all of these.
Let me check his
African-American
Twitter
feet.
out. I'm gonna guess he's got his vaccination status in his Twitter. He's got the Ukraine flag. He probably has a mask in his profile picture, and he's got a hashtag BLM.
All right, guys.
Frauds.
That's what I got for you.
All right. Coming up next.
No,
we're
just
going to
wrap it up
find
here.
out
Yeah.
right now. I'm all thrown off today. Let's find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show. Just 10 minutes and 7 seconds out.
We will, of course, you'll hear from Trump, who just spoke out a few moments ago, because after that wild weekend and Mother's Day, he's back in a Manhattan court. Have to hear Michael Cohen speak. So Trump spoke just a couple of minutes ago. So we'll play that right off the bat at the top of the show. We also have some great interviews lined up. Andy Bloom, who used to work here.
Oh, yeah.
And now,
nice.
So now he is a political analyst and owns a consultant business. He's going to be along to talk about the pro-Palestinian so-called protesters and how they're misinformed. And we'll update the UPenn situation and how many of those people were actually students.
I read his columns from time to
Ron
time.
Liberty?
He's got some interesting perspective on a lot of different politics.
And because it's National Police, Respect and Awareness Week, we'll talk to our friend at 10:30, Sergeant Betsy Brantner-Smith. So we'll talk about all these policing issues, including the state police update of that trooper that was fired. Just a lot coming up, a lot ahead.
All right, the Dawn Show, 9 minutes out as we get to a Monday edition of, we like to call it Today in Music History. It could be what Phil did over for the weekend, what he saw, what he had for breakfast, but it's Phil's time.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Monday, May 13th. We start with the birthdays of Darius Rucker from Hootie and the Blowfish, Paul Thompson, the drummer for Roxy Music, Richie Valens, and Stevie Wonder. Singles include Painted Black by the Stones from '66 and Black Hole Sun by Soundgarden from '94. Also on this day in 2008, Frank Sinatra gets his own stamp 10 years after his death. In 2002, Eddie Money appeared on The King of Queens. In '78, Jimmy Buffett appeared on Saturday Night Live for his first and only time. And just an FYI for those going to Camden for a concert this year, well, last night, Freedom Mortgage Pavilion opened for the first time this season as Neil Young headlined. Yes, of course, I was there.
This is the photo evidence.
Speaking of yesterday, yesterday was, of course, Mother's Day. So in honor of all the moms out there, hope you all had a great day. Here's my top 5 mother-related songs. And the picks will be from the album they're off of. Number 5, Iron Maiden with Mother of Mercy. And, well, Maiden makes me happy. So, number 4, Queen, Tie Your Mother Down.
Yeah.
Number 3, Paul Simon with Mother and Child Reunion. Number 2, Shinedown with Simple Man, not the Skinner version, because the Shinedown version is what I used to dance with my mom on my wedding day. And number 1, my favorite rock song of all time, Mama by Genesis. Have a great day. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lomquist. Wow.
It was so long the music bed ran out. Who knew?
Woo.
Great work, Phil.
Yeah.
By the way, I like when Phil comes on with the today.
Yeah.
I might steal that and get rid of And Away We Go.
No, I like
Oh,
Away
you
We Go.
can't.
Yeah,
You-
that's
come
your staple.
All right.
Even when you're off.
By the
Not
way,
like, and away we go.
at the end of the show, everybody must kiss my feet.
Okay. Sounds good.
All line up.
All right. And remember, folks, if you don't know anybody, just block them on Twitter. All right.
Oh, man.
Everybody have a great rest of their Monday. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is next. We're back tomorrow at 6, and as the binder would say,
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
Am I going to be okay? It's the most important question you should ask yourself when approaching retirement. A financial advisor will probably answer that question by looking at just one thing: how much you've saved. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, we believe that's only half the story. The stock market will continue to go up and down, but at Spectrum Wealth, we can help you build guaranteed lifetime income that's not affected by any of it. Let's sit down together and help you answer the question, am I going to be okay? Call 856-322-8686 or online at spectrumwp.com. And tune into the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating. That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands, and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If your child needs support, special tutoring, and custom instruction, METC is here to help. Now's the time to call to Kathy Gannon, METC. Call the Motivational Educational Tutoring Company for over 30 years. METC's tutoring studio, founded by educator Kathy Gannon, has helped people of all ages to grow personally and academically. Call Kathy at 215-493-4200. METC offers motivational SAT prep as well as academic skills and leadership training. 215-493-4200. Now's the time to get assistance. For your child to help them succeed, all you have to do is visit online at METC.com. METC's tutoring studio. Call them today, 215-493-4200, or email Kathy directly, info@METC.com.